What's up, everybody? Happy New Year. I'm just getting mic'd up over here. Before we begin, as always, switch on your videos, your cameras. I want to be able to see and engage with all of you. If this is one of your first events with me, welcome. I'm actually able to see all of you guys right now. There are a lot of different screens in front of me. Our team, if you can go ahead and just showcase what are some of the things that I'm looking at right now, please. Team, angle, mic. All right, so right now, as always, all of our different events, I want to be able to start off with just talking about why are we here, right? How many of you here would like to be able to make 2025 like literally your best year ever? Right, show of hands. Okay. I want to be able to see all of your faces. Okay, so like this is what I'm seeing in front of me right now. Okay, and I want to be able to see you guys, engage with you guys over the next 3 days, get to know you guys, because my goal here is to make the next few days truly exceptional, truly epic. I want it to be one of those events that you're going to look back a few months from now, a year from now, 3 years from now, and you're going to go, oh man, that one random event that I attended at the beginning of 2025 was the one event that made all the difference for me. Okay, and the only way I can actually do that and fulfill that promise is if you show up, if you engage with me, if you participate, if you do the work, because I promise you that by the end of these 3 days, that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to leave this event with absolute clarity on what you need to be doing. You will be able to harness the power of AI, because that, let's face it, the game is constantly changing, and you'll be able to not just understand from a big picture concept. What are the things that I got the team to do that I don't know if you guys see here, is that we have prepared an entire blueprint of what you need to do exactly to grow exponentially. You know, there are a lot of different events out there at the start of the year where they talk about, oh, it's a new year, new beginning, new you, and then they have like New Year goals and resolutions, and then there is like manifestation exercises and personal development, and there's a lot of clapping and jumping around and loud music. We're not going to have any of that, okay? This is going to be one event where I'm going to give you strategy. If you came here expecting a lot of dancing around and jumping around, I'm sorry to disappoint. This is not one of those events. Those events, in fact, make me very uncomfortable. This is an event where I'm just going to give you the big picture strategy, and I'm going to give you the steps, okay? What does it mean by the steps? It means that if you guys behave, and at the end of this event, every single day, I'm going to hand you like a checklist that says, hey, if you want to be able to get more leads, these are all the different things you could be doing, right? If you want to be able to increase your conversions in your sales process utilizing AI, your hit lines, these are the different things you need to be doing, right? How many of you here would love to be able to leave this event with absolute clarity on what you need to do to just grow your business in this year, right? Just type in yes, type in me in the chat if that's you. I see a lot of familiar faces. It's good to see some of you guys back here. So before I begin, I want to be able to get a feel of the room. Let me know in the comments right now which part of the world you're from right now. Just let me know which city, which country you're from. Okay, let me know which country you're from right now. Whoa, Pakistan, Philippines, Singapore, Bolivia, Phuket, Malaysia, South Africa, Penang, Singapore, New York City, Port Lincoln, India, North Dakota, Kuala Lumpur, Serbia, Malacca, Romania. 3 a.m., says Valentin. Congratulations, you might be the winner for, whoa, craziest time zone award. 2 a.m. Zurich in Switzerland. (3 a.m. in South Africa, Newcastle, UK, Colombia. Okay, guys, so first of all, just wanted to acknowledge all of you for being here. This is something that, you know, I do not take lightly. I can see, you know, some of you guys here, it's 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. For some of you, it's early in the morning. For me, it's exactly 9-ish in the morning, so it's pretty comfortable for me. But whether it is 3 a.m. or whether it's at night or midnight for you, this is something that I do not take lightly. I know that chances are, in order for you to be here today, you have to take time off from your schedule. Let's face it, today is a working day. It may not necessarily be the most convenient of all days. So I want you guys to know that this is something that I do not take lightly, and I will do everything in my power to make it well worth your time. Okay, so what is this event all about? I want to be able to start off by jumping straight into our event agenda. And I want to be able to show you what it is that we have lined up. Okay, so I'm going to start with the game plan. I'm going to start off by sharing my slides. And I'm going to start off with, why are we here? Okay, so let me just set up my slides and make sure everything's connected. Okay, so why are we all here? Let's begin with our main focus, okay? I would say that this year, like all years, I'm hoping that the very fact that you're here today tells me something. It tells me that, hey, you know what? This is the year you want to be able to have a breakthrough. This is the year change is going to happen. This is the year of growth. This is the year you're going to get significantly different results. This is the year where you're going to look back and say, hey, that 1 year, which I started out right, that I planned for, that I worked for, was the year that made all the difference. And in order for us to make that happen, I want to be able to start off by walking you through the big picture game plan first, okay? And our agenda over the next 3 days. So I want to be able to start off by showing you this one thing that is inevitable, which is AI. And probably you've heard of AI this, AI that, but, and whether you have attended my previous AI events before, or previous sprints or live events, it does not matter. This is going to be a different one, okay? Why? Because AI is constantly changing, and the last time I did an AI event versus today, all the stuff, the tools, how we're using it is completely different, okay? So if you have been on a previous event or previous coaching or previous training before, okay, I want you to be able to just put all of that aside and assume that you've never trained with me before, okay? Now, I just want to be able to get a quick grasp of the room right now. I know that for some of you, you've been here with me in the community for years. For some of you, this could be your first ever event with me. For some of you, you've been on the weekly calls with me, and this could be your 50th call. I want to be able to just get a quick gauge of the room. Can you guys put in a number in the chat right now that represents how many times have you trained or coached with me on a call or in an event, okay? If this is your first one, just type in number 1. If you've been on multiple, just type in a rough number, okay? I want to be able to see how many of you here are on the first time. Okay, I see quite a number of 1s. I see 2s. I see a 10. I see a 7. 20 plus. Awesome. 10 plus, 111. 40 plus, okay, very nice. 20 plus. Okay, so whether your number is 1, 5, 20 plus, or 40 plus, or like Henry, who's been here for 4 plus years, I want you to assume that this is one of those events that you've never attended before. Because trust me, it's going to be very different from all the previous events that you've attended. And if this is your first one with me, hopefully there's going to be many more to come, because you're going to get massive value and you're going to just get tremendous results just by attending this one. Okay, so let's talk about how we intend to make 2025 a year of exponential growth and your best year ever, and not just based on theory. Okay, I'm going to show you how, when it comes to AI, how we're utilizing these tools to grow the business in these 4 main areas. I believe that when it comes to growing any business exponentially, I utilize this framework for our in-house growth, which is, I believe that the first way to grow a business is if we can double the amount of leads that we get. Because if we can double the amount of leads that we get, with everything else remaining the same offer, the same products, the same back end, the same price points, the same everything, we will be able to double our business. The second way we can double our business is if we double the conversions of our sales process. So this means with a better presentation, a better headline, a better hook, a better story, a better offer. If we can double our conversions from say 2% to 4%, where every out of 100 buyers, instead of 2 people buying, now 4 people are buying. If we can double our conversions with everything else remaining the same, we would double our business. The third way we can double our business is if we can double average cart value, which is basically how much an average customer is worth, right? So on average, is a customer is worth $20, but now they're worth $40, with everything else remaining the same price point, same conversion, same amount of traffic, same amount of clicks. If we can double how much a customer is worth, we would be able to double our business. And the fourth way we can double our business is if we can double the frequency and how we follow up with our audiences. Because if our current audiences come back once every 6 months, but now they're coming back every 3 months with everything and buying something, this means that with everything else remaining the same, right, by increasing the frequency of how often you follow up with your audiences and how often they come back, you will be able to essentially double your business. So my goal here is to show you how you'll be able to exponentially grow your business by increasing these 4 departments. And if I were to exit the slides here for a second, this is exactly what these handouts that we'll be giving you each day is about. Every single day, I'm going to give you, once we cover that segment, I'm going to not just teach you the strategy around it, but I'm going to give you the exact checklist that's going to say, hey, you know what? For 2025, based on the different things that I've taught you, these are all of the different things that you could be doing, and you're going to check it off, and I'm going to do it together with you, right? By show of hands, how many of you here would find that helpful if I literally gave you the checklist of what to do each day? Okay, so I want you to understand that this is not one of those events where you hear fancy theory and I hyped you up and pumped you up and you felt good about yourself and you felt motivated and inspired and fired up, only to lose it 3 days after. Okay, my goal here is, yes, to hopefully raise your bar and give you that level of aspiration, inspiration to do more, but also to be able to give you the steps on what to do as well, because I believe that that's important, not just blind motivation. Okay, so when it comes to utilizing AI and this event, my goal here is to be able to start off with big picture strategy, and then after that, going back into and focusing in onto the steps. Okay, so coming back to the set of slides over here, this is what I mean by exponential growth, and that's why I wanted to call this event the Breakthrough Blueprint, because I believe that if you want to be able to have that breakthrough this year, this will be the blueprint, to be able to give you that big picture strategy and then narrow it down into the specifics, okay? Because if we can just double each of these 4 things, if we can double the amount of leads that we get, if we can double the conversions, if we can double how much an average customer is worth, and if we can double the frequency of how often the person comes back, that would be a 16x growth on the business, right? So what makes this event different? Because let's face it, there's a lot of different trainings and challenges and events and YouTube videos talking about funnels, talking about AI, talking about sales and conversions. What makes this event different is a few different things. Number one, this is not theory. I want you to understand that this entire event, every single time I'm teaching you something, it's either something that is profitable that we're actually doing in our day-to-day business, or number two, it's something that we have implemented for clients in different markets, in different niches, in different industries, and therefore we know we're working. It's working. So the first differentiator of what makes this event different is that it's not theory. Everything that I will teach you over the next 3 days, it's going to be backed up by numbers, it's going to be backed up by case studies, it's going to be backed up by actual funnels, actual traffic campaigns, and I'm going to show and prove it to you through these case studies to show you that, hey, it's not something that I've learned from watching some YouTube video, but it's stuff that we actually do in our day-to-day, right? By show of hands, how many of you would say that's actually important, right? Show of hands, right? So I know a lot of people out there that teach theory where they make their first, I don't know, $1,000 online, and now they're selling a course for $1,000, okay? That's not what we're doing here, okay? The second thing, what makes this event different is that you will see that in the next 3 days, this is not going to be some event that is going to be based on some rags to riches story and talks about, I don't know if you've ever been to other events, but they've got a lot of different storytelling where, the entire event is about telling you 3 secrets, and the first 1 hour of the event is like, here's how I grew up poor, and then here's how I eventually stumbled upon this one miracle. It's not going to be like that, okay? This is going to be one of those events where there's big picture strategic, and then there's the steps, okay? So, which brings the question, then why are you doing this? Okay, what's the purpose of this event then, right? Why is this event done for the community, for sales process users, right? So here's my evil motive. My evil motive, and the reason why all of you are here today, is ultimately, if you've been following me for the last couple of years, you probably know that I've gone all in on our platform, our software and development of salesprocess.com. We built this on a high-level platform, and we want our pioneers to do so. And fast forward today, we've onboarded over 5,000 users on Sales Process. And my goal here at this event is to be able to give you so much value that at the end of this event, you'll be able to see how you can either do it yourself, or you'll notice that we've even built out a lot of these different campaigns for you within our platform. But it could be a case that maybe you just don't know how to roll it out just yet. So my goal here is to be able to give you the strategy. It is to be able to give you the templates. It is to be able to give you done for you. It is to be able to give you the different things that you can plug and play, so that you just need to fill in the blanks, so that at the end of the day, you'll be able to utilize our platform, our software, to be able to get more leads, to be able to monetize, to be able to change the direction of your business and your life, so that the software pays for itself many, 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 many times over, so that you become a customer for life, okay? That's basically my evil plan here, this next few days, okay? So that's basically the game plan for this next few days. And whether you decide to do it together with us on our platform or any other platform, you'll be able to still utilize the strategies that we talk about over here, okay? So since we'll be spending some time together this next few days, would it be okay if I just quickly shared with you how I discovered this entire process that I'm about to reveal to you over the next 3 days? Just type in yes in the chat. If I have permissions, you just quickly walk you through how I actually discovered integrating AI into the sales process and how we actually utilize it in our day-to-day. Just type in yes in the chat. Okay, cool. All right, so if we have just met and you have no idea what it is that I've been doing for a while, this is your first event, one of the things that I've been doing a lot before the world was shut down and before COVID happened, for a really long time, slightly over 10 years, I've been running an online business, and I've been doing events. And one of the things that I would do is that I would actually really love is in my early 20s, I would love going to a different city around the world, doing keynotes, doing talks, doing events. And I will be invited as a keynote to talk about how I built up pretty much an empire in the gaming space. That was how I started off. I started off by selling products, which are digital products, in the computer game space, which was like one of my passions, growing up. So I'll be doing all these different events, and I would do it all around the world. This was in Germany. This is in Vietnam. This was at Funnel Hacking Live in the US. And one of the things that I realized is to grow a business and to hit these different benchmarks, there would be different skill sets that's associated in order to make that happen. Now, what do I mean? So if you're familiar with the world of digital marketing and the Two Comma Club award, Two Comma Club being, $1 million has got two commas. So if you hit over $1 million in sales, you get this award called the Two Comma Club award. And I realized that back then, when I first achieved this milestone, to reach $1 million a year, it requires these few skill sets. I want you to write this down because you're going to realize how all these skill sets are all replaced by AI. To reach $1 million, here's what you need to do. Number one, you need to have an amazing offer. Please write down the word offer. Okay? You got to be able to figure out and how to go into a specific market, a niche, figure out their pain points, the struggles, the things that keeps them obsessed, awake at night, and how to create an offer around it. Then, please write this down, the next thing you need to figure out is understanding how to sell one to many. Please write that down. How do I take this offer that I have, right, whether it's a physical product, whether it's a training, whether it's a course, whether it's consulting, whether it's events, whether it's a physical product, whether it's e-commerce, how do I master the skill set of selling one to many? Do I sell it on a 7-minute sales video? Do I sell it on a long-form sales page? Do I do it on a webinar? Do I do it over 90 minutes? Do I do it over a live event? Do I do it over 3 days in an in-person event, right? So just by mastering this skill set on creating an offer and selling it one to many, that skill set can take any business from zero to over $1 million a year. And I want you to notice everything that I just said can be done by AI today, right? Whether it is on doing research on a specific market, whether it is on writing your sales copy, whether it is copywriting, whether it's writing your script, right? Sure, there are some different prompts that's required in order to refine and enhance it, but the majority of heavy lifting today can be done by AI. And that's going to be something that we're going to explore this event as well, right? How do we make that happen? Now, to go to the next step, they call this the Two Comma Club X Award, which is if you've crossed over $10 million in sales. Now, this is where the skill set is a little bit different. You see, to go from zero to $1 million a year, you could have just 1,000 customers paying you $1,000. Right, 1,000 customers paying you $1,000 a million is $1 million. Now, to reach over 10 million, this is when you need to expand your reach. This is where it is about scaling. And this is, so please write down, the second phase is about your funnel. Please write down the word funnel. It is about how do I make each customer worth more so that I can be more aggressive and I can serve them at a different level. I can serve them at a deeper level. This comes down to how can I increase how much a customer is worth, right? Can I have a better back end? Can I create a high ticket? Can I have subscription? Can I create a recurring? Can I create a community? How can I make it so that each customer is worth more to me? Okay, and that's basically your funnel. This is basically what your upsells are, your order bumps, right? How do you increase the frequency of how often the person comes back? Right? This could be your follow-up email sequences, your text messages, your automations, right? How do I increase this reach? Okay? And the final one, the third phase, right? They call this the Two Comma Club C Award, is if you've crossed over $25 million in sales, is, please write down the third part, which is traffic, right? Traffic is important, but at this level, it's all about people and process and traffic. This is where you truly want to scale. Right? And scaling is about traffic, people, and process. And I want you to notice that at this level over here, AI is brilliant at this. AI can help you create your content, your headlines, your hooks, your ads, your ad copy. AI can help you create SOPs. It can help you create checklists. It can help you create an onboarding sequence for new team members. It can help you create a scope of work. It can help you with all these different things to help you streamline and automate a business a whole lot better. So what I'm trying to show you here is that regardless of where you're at in business, I know that for some of you, if you've been working with me for a while now, if you've passed that $1 million mark, it does not matter, right? If you're just starting out and right now you're figuring out how to make your first $5,000 month, it does not matter. Why? Because AI can help you at every single level of your business, whether you're a multi-million-dollar business owner or whether you're just starting out, trying to figure it all out. This event, the skill sets, and what AI can do is applicable for everyone. Okay? So, I want you to know, the reason why I wanted to start off with AI is because I want you to notice that there are really only these few moments in human history that was absolutely pivotal for us. I would like all of you to just put a number in the chat and let me know how many times in human technology and innovation, if you try to guess, right, where it was truly monumental, that truly changed the direction of and the course of mankind, put a number in the chat. How many times or inventions do you think in the entire timeline of human history, how many inventions would you say were truly game-changing? Put it in chat right now. Right? 3, 4, 6, 7, 10, 2, 10, 15, 8, 5, 2. Okay? Okay, so here's my number. Okay? And you can follow along. I would say that the first ever game-changing invention, or discovery rather, right, was fire. Right? Right, when we were all living in the caveman days like the Flintstones, right? When we invented fire 1 million years ago. Then, I would say the second big thing was the wheel, 10,000 years ago, right? This changed the way we transported things and went on to the third thing, which is the discovery of the steam engine, right? Which became the engine to power up things, vehicles, factories, manufacturing. Okay, and the fourth thing was electricity, about 223 years ago. Which, all these images here, they're all generated by AI, by the way. I just went to AI and I said, picture depicting the first person who invented fill in the blanks. Right? All these images, all AI. Then, Alexander Graham Bell came along. Wow, I don't think I've mentioned his name ever since I was in high school trying to memorize, the person who invented the telephone. Who knew? 30 plus years later, here we are. That's where all of the education money went, so I could do this event here today and mention Alexander Graham Bell's name again. I'm surprised that, isn't it crazy that, some of the most random things we tend to remember, but the important things in life we don't remember. Okay, that's living with ADD. Anyway, so Alexander Graham Bell, the telephone. After the telephone, what do you think was important? Just let me know in the chat. Right? Guys, participate with me. Just play along. Right? What do you think was important after the telephone? The internet. What do you think was before the internet? Yeah, we needed the computer. Right? When I actually typed in, first computer invention, right? I thought, this image looks ridiculous, right? It can't be the case that our first computer looked like this. So I actually went on Google and I typed in first computer, right, invention. And it actually looked like this. I was like, oh, wow. And I actually read up on it, and it really was the case that the first computer ever took up an entire room, right? That was our first computer ever, okay? And it did the most basic things that a smartphone can outperform today. Right? So that was 120 years ago. I would say, then number 7, of course, was the internet, about 26 years ago. And that brings us to today. And I truly believe, that's AI. Now I want you to notice, first of all, something. Notice the time gaps, right? From fire, 1 million years, to the wheel, 100,000 years, right? the time gaps becomes shorter and shorter because that's how fast things are advancing. And at the same time, I want you to know that this opportunity may not present itself again in our lifetime. I really don't know. You know, like thinking of the internet, back then was like monumental, right? Some of you, I don't know if you're young enough to even appreciate what it was like back then, right? But it was like, you couldn't imagine something was bigger than that, right? Now with AI, I can't imagine what's the next big thing. And this might be the last opportunity for all of us to become true early adopters to take advantage of this thing. And I want to start off this event to prepare you that this is the year you really prep yourself, because it's the arms race and we're moving so fast that this opportunity is either you grab it with both hands or you're going to let it slip. You know, sometimes people ask me, you know, Pin Chun, I've got, you know, $1,000, $10,000. How should I invest my money, my capital? The way I look at it is invest in your skill set first. Whatever skill set, which is now in this case your AI and using AI in your sales process, invest in your skill set first and then you can invest in your capital. Because if you take a look at where we are at right now, AI's market's like at 100 billion, but it's going to just keep increasing. And the things that AI can do initially is like, you know, typical writing, design, audio, social media, reporting, repetitive task automations. But now, that's all changed. Right now, things are so much more advanced. And I want you to imagine that you have an army of 10,000 people. Somebody said military in the chat, right? If this is basically where you have an army of 10,000 of the smartest designers, writers, coders, programmers, social media specialists, musicians, video animators. They're all working for you right now, and they're working for you for free. And if you want a premium version of it, they're working for you for $20 a month. That's it. And the question now is, there's 10,000 of them here seated in this arena, and they're looking up to you right now. And they're going, what would you like us to do? What would you like to make happen? Because this is truly the technology that's at your disposal right now. And some of you are still thinking too small when it comes to AI. You know what you're doing with AI right now? You're utilizing AI to write your social media captions. Right? That's like taking an entire nuclear missile to nuke an anthill. Right? That's what you're doing. And my goal here for this event is to be able to show you the big picture of all different things that you could be doing, but also apply it inside your sales process. Okay, so let's talk about what's new in AI. Ever since I did my last AI event, which was just a few months ago, right, there's significant changes in rise of bots, AI assistants, you know, AI videos. I'm going to show you how AI video looked like a year ago and how it looks like today. World of difference. AI music, AI 3D. And my goal here is to show you also like, how do you apply this in 2025? Okay. So I started off in my first ever AI event in about 2+ years ago. And one of the things that I said was, the future is about the ability to talk to a robot. And then that's when I said prompt engineering for the very first time. I remember saying that. I said, you know, the future skill is in your ability to talk to a robot. But even today, I realized prompt engineering, which is your ability to talk to a robot, is going to be a dead skill. Why? Because you can ask AI to create the prompt to prompt itself. So I want to start off first by beginning with the different platforms, how to leverage these different platforms, and how to think about it. Okay. Let's start off with this next question. Okay. I want to be able to understand the different levels of this room. First question I have is, for everybody here, let's say there are 3 levels to this, okay? Level 1 is, okay, so in a moment I'm going to ask you to type a number, but don't type a number just yet. Number 1 is if you have used, 0 if you have never used ChatGPT before, 1 if you have used ChatGPT before, 2 if you have a paid premium ChatGPT or OpenAI account, and 3 if you have an OpenAI API key. Okay, from 0 to 3, can you just go ahead and just put in number? Okay, I want to be able to see and get a rough gauge of the room. Okay, put in number. Okay, 1 ones, 2 zeros, a few zeros, mostly number 1s, some number 2s, and wow, quite, I would say it's a surprisingly high, good amount of number 3s. Okay, so whether you wrote in 0, 1, 2, or 3, I need to start off somewhere, okay? And unfortunately, for those who wrote 0, I can't begin, this event with, here's how you use ChatGPT, okay? Because I think for the benefit of everybody else in the room, I have to assume somewhere, okay? And the place we're assuming is, I'm going to assume you know what ChatGPT is, and you've used it before. Okay, if you don't know, for those, the small minority of you typed in 0, okay, just open a free account, play around with it. You're going to be obsessed with it within 5 minutes. Okay, so to understand the state of all these different platforms, okay, let me hit back to the slide deck over here. The future of GPTs right now and a ChatGPT is customization of GPTs. This means that you can create a profile and toggle it on or off. Now, many people don't know this, but ChatGPT is also learning about you. And it's going to be this huge data that's being collected. So one of the things that I do is you want to be able to switch on your profile. So like for me, I toggle it on when I'm doing my work stuff. So let's say I'm doing my work on, writing, researching on marketing and sales and stuff like that. That's when I toggle it on. Okay, because I want it to learn about my work, what it is that I'm doing, my social media. That's when I switch it on. Now, when do I switch it off? I switch it off when I'm asking questions at 2 in the morning, questions like, what are your thoughts about black hole and string theory? Okay, those are things that I don't want to confuse ChatGPT on, right? Things that I'm curious about the world, science, and movies, and stuff like that. That's when I have it off. Okay, so that's when you can customize your GPT. This also means that for coaches, trainers, speakers, creating your own GPT is huge. Okay, it's already taken off, but definitely this is a great way to kind of differentiate yourself by creating a custom GPT for a specific industry. Now, if that confuses you, don't worry, we'll talk about what that is as we progress. But I want you to notice something, okay? Is that it could be the case that whenever I introduce a new concept or strategy over the next 3 days, there's a likelihood that you're going to be either confused or frustrated. Why? Because it's going to be a new thing, right? It's new tech for a lot of you. And I want you to remember something. In fact, please write this down, okay? Confusion just means that you're about to learn something. Frustration just means that you're about to have a breakthrough. I want you to be able to associate these negative feelings to understand that if you can push through, it just means you're going to learn something new. It just means that if you push through, you're going to have a breakthrough in your business, in your life that you've never had before. Because in order to have that breakthrough, it begins with that feeling of confusion and frustration. So own that feeling. If you have that negative feeling pop up throughout the next 3 days, which you will have because you're going to learn new things, right? By show of hands, how many of you here would like to be able to learn new things that's going to change the direction of your business? Show of hands again. right? So own this feeling, okay? Here's one thing that has truly helped me in my journey all these years. It is just by understanding that if everybody understands it, it's already too late. If people aren't confused and frustrated about the thing, you're already late to the game. I'll give you a few different examples. You know, when I first started out, I would launch a lot of these digital products in 2007, 2008 on this platform called ClickBank. And that was when, I was doing very well in the gaming space. And back then, I was into a lot of different niche marketing, specifically computer games, from World of Warcraft to Diablo to Facebook games like Farmville. Now, these are games that's really, over a decade ago, right? And all the top digital products, I was a vendor for all of them. In fact, we scaled this business to over, 500 plus different domains. And I wanted to start off by showing you that this is actually my first ever payslip. I am from Malaysia, and I want you to notice the date over here. This was in December 2005. I wanted to start off with this image over here to show you that my first paycheck, which was for 1,200 ringgit, for those of you outside of Malaysia, this is about $350 a month. So in Malaysia, we're paid per month, not per week. And this was my monthly pay back in 2005. But I was so conditioned to believe that if I didn't do well in school and get good grades, this would be the price I had to pay. And I actually worked on this job for nearly 1.5 years. Now, why do I want to begin with this is because I believe that right now with AI, it has created this level playing field for everybody. And for this year, I don't know if right now you are better off or worse off than me back in 2005. I may not know all of you personally here in this room. But what I do know is the fact that you've shown up here, if you commit and really pay attention to the next 3 days, you are going to get a level of unfair advantage that 99% of the rest of the world does not have. And what I did back then is, remember that mindset of just understanding, well, how do I discover things that other people aren't doing? How can I do what most people aren't willing to do or aren't comfortable in doing? So I went online and I searched for how to make money online. There was 2 billion search results. And I created my first ever digital product. Now I'm going to link this. I promise this is relevant, okay? Just hang in there. My first ever product was in World of Warcraft, which was, one of the reasons why I nearly failed university. I played this game for over 2,000 hours, while housemates back then was all getting high on a daily basis. But I was playing this game. So I was taught, okay, you need to be able to create an offer. You need to be able to sell this offer online. And I didn't believe in, my own skill set, or I didn't know what creating an offer was. I didn't know what copywriting was. I didn't know how to create a digital product. All these skill sets were all learned, right? And I sold this product for just $7. And I remember in 2007, that was my first initial big break, right? I was selling these $7 products on PayPal on a daily basis. And back then I was met with a lot of negativity, right? Is this, you sure, this thing's a fad, it's not going to last, and my biggest break in the gaming space back then was when I created this weird product. It was a Facebook game called Farmville. And Farmville did over $1 million in under 7 months. And the crazy part is I wasn't even an expert in the game. I just outsourced it to somebody who knew the game, but I did all of the marketing. And ever since, 2010, wow, it's been a long time, right? Over a decade. That kind of reveals how old I am. But a lot of people, when they hear this story, they'll say, well, Ping Jun, in a way you got lucky. Was I lucky? Yeah, I was lucky. Why? Because I was early. My edge, what I want you to be able to see is, that enabled me to do what it is that I'm doing today is because I was constantly early to the game. What was I early for? Number one, I was early in building a website. Back then, building a website, if you had a skill set, let me ask you guys this question. If you had a skill set to build websites back in 2007, how much do you think people were charging for website development back in 2007? Anyone here old enough to know how much, if you asked a company to quote you to build a website back in 2007? Let me know in the comments right now. How much would that skill set be worth? Put a number in. 2007. 10,000, 25,000, 3,000, 10,000. Let me tell you this. Back then, $10,000 or even 5,000, okay, would be for a really ugly looking website. Right? It's nowhere near like the websites you need today. Today, the cost of a website is like nothing. Okay? Google Ads. If you were early to the game, back in 2007 when I learned how to run ads on Google using Google AdWords, the cost per click was 2 cents. You could pay 2 cents to get a click. You would pay maybe 20 cents to get a lead. Email. If you did email marketing when it was early, the open rate back in 2008, you know what it was? You would get 30% of people opening up your emails. Facebook ads. If you did Facebook ads in 2013, 2012, 2014, Facebook ads, you could pay 10 cents a click for a US audience, right? Same thing with social media before they nerfed organic reach, right? Same thing with webinars and virtual events, at the start of COVID. When show-up rates would be all-time high. Now, what am I trying to get you to see is that the same thing's happening with AI right now. If you wait, the opportunities will be gone. And I want you to understand that the breakthrough for each and every one of you here in this room is going to be very different. For some of you, you're going to use AI in part of your sales process. For some of you, you're going to use AI in your chatbots. For some of you, you're going to use AI as an agency. For some of you, you're going to use AI as a done-for-you offer. For some of you, you might use AI to create a drop shipping business where you might take an AI design and print it on a 3D printer. Okay, so each and every one of you is going to have a different breakthrough from this event, because my goal here is to show you the possibilities and how to use super intelligence. Okay, so let's begin with the different platforms first. Okay, let's begin with the different tools out there. Now, before I reveal and talk about the first tool, okay, I want to be able to start off with this one question. How many of you here know that, like, truly, without a shadow of doubt, if you integrated AI in your sales process, it truly would change the direction of your business and your life? Like, just raise your hand and type in yes in the chat if you truly believe that. Like, you don't need me to convince you on that anymore. Just type in yes, okay, in the chat. If you truly believe that, like, if you only knew how to master these different platforms, the opportunities around it, and integrate it in your sales process, whether it's your lead gen, whether it's in your videos, whether it's social media, whether it's in your offers, right? It would truly make a difference in your business life. Okay. By now, hopefully, with the time we've spent here, this should be a yes from everybody. Okay. Now, I want this event to be one of those events you're going to look back a year from now. And if somebody asked you, what was that one event in 2025 that made all the difference for you? Without any hesitation, you're going to say, oh, that one random event that Peng Joon did once, never to be done again, called Breakthrough Blueprint, that really changed and opened up my mind and the different possibilities. Okay. Now, I want that to be this event for you. But in order for me to fulfill that, and I want this event to be one of those events where you're going to look back also and say, like, wow, that one event took my business exponentially a whole new level. Now, in order for me to fulfill that promise, I need these few things from you. Okay? And let me share with you what these 3 things are over the next 3 days. Okay? So, in order for me to fulfill that promise, that this event will be the best event of its kind ever this year for you, the first thing I need you to do is I need you to do this. And that's participate. Now, what does participate mean? I know that it is one thing to just sit around passively listening to me and taking notes and having different tabs up and maybe, trying to multitask. And let's face it, okay, we're all bad at multitasking. The first thing is, if you want to be able to make this event a truly life-changing event, participate in the exercises, participate in replying the questions, participate and show up in this event the same way you would want your audience to participate and show up if you did an event, right? If you did an event, how would you like your audience to show up? So participating means this. Number one, switch on your videos and your cameras, okay? Like, I still see a lot of black screens over here. Guys, I've seen some familiar names, but some of you have not seen you in a while, okay? So switch on your screens, right? Team, show me all the different screens over here, okay? Put out, like, I see a lot of black, guys, look at this, like Stephanie, Ann, Deborah, Thomas, JC, there's a few hundred of you here, okay? I want to be able to get to know you guys. I want to be able to engage with you guys, okay? So switch on your cameras, because I want to be able to see, once your cameras are turned on, I'll be able to see you guys on the screen here, okay? So participate and show up, okay? Number two, the second thing that I will require from you is just this, okay? What is number two? Number two is energy. I know that it is not easy to commit to an event, especially when it's virtual, and just focus throughout the entire time of the event, right? Energy means, if you guys can give me energy, especially when it's a digital event, right? By participating, by replying, by showing up, by switching on your cameras, okay? I know that you'll be able to remember and retain the information for a really long time. But this also means that throughout the next 3 days, I'm going to be doing exercises. It could be written exercises. It could be giving you the checklist, giving you the homework, right? Do the work. It could be putting you in groups so that you can discuss and talk about your biggest takeaways and your action steps, right? All these different exercises was designed not for me, but it's for you, okay? Whether you do it or not is not going to change my life, right? But what if it could make all the difference for you, okay? Now the third one, which is probably the most important one of all, is to commit. Commit to what? Commit to attending this entire event in its entirety. Why? It is because most people love to start. Most people have start a new year, they've got big goals, big dreams, and then the third day of the new year, go back to their old ways again. This event, this 3-day event, is going to be about 4 hours a day. Now I can tell you that I have not done a virtual event 4 hours a day for an event like this in a really long time. I'm not sure if I even did one the entire whole of last year, okay? But I truly wanted to make this event epic and for it to be different, okay? So this means that every session we're going to build upon the last one, okay? So we might start off just kind of laying down the foundations first, but as we start these building blocks and we talk about the application of these AI tools and platforms and possibilities into your sales process, that's when you're going to get a lot of different ideas and strategies and insights on how to apply it in your own business, okay? So I don't want you to judge and think that, oh, you know what, I need day one, but I probably don't need the second hour of day two, and then maybe I just need the first hour of day two. Commit means attending this entire event in its entirety with an open heart, because I can tell you each building block has been carefully designed in order to show you how to get the breakthrough, okay? So commit to the entire event, again, about 3.5 to 4 hours per day. And if you guys, there's a crazy part of me as well that's thinking, if you guys behave, I might do a bonus 4th day, just for whatever, okay? But we'll see, okay? We'll see when we get there, okay? But that's all I'm asking of you. If you guys are committed to attending all 3 days in its entirety so that you'll be able to have the breakthrough, I just want you to write 2 words in the chat right now. Type in the words, I commit. Okay, type in the words, I commit in the chat right now. Okay, if you're serious about having that breakthrough, if you're serious about changing the quality of your business and your life, if you're serious about really integrating AI and the possibilities and the opportunities that's available right now, because I'm not repeating this event again. Okay, you want to be able to, some of you ask me like, Ping Jun, am I going to get, look, this business breakthrough, I've got no plans to release a replay or sell the replay, right? We've got a VIP tickets that allows the recordings, but that's it, okay? So commit to attending this entire event, because let's face it, even if you had access to a replay, do you think you would watch a 15-hour recording? Right? No, nobody's going to watch it, okay? So commit to attending this entire thing. Okay, so that being said, okay, let's dive into the platforms and talk about how to make it happen, okay? So coming back to my slides again, the first thing I want to be able to do is I want to be able to introduce Claude. Quick survey. Number 1, if you've used Claude. Number 2, if you've never experimented with it before. I just want to be able to get a feel of the room. Okay. 1, if you have. 2, if you have not. Okay. And by the way, for those of you, if you're watching this stream in our sales process group, everything is supposed to happen inside our Zoom room. Okay. So if you're watching this inside our sales process group, know that we're going to probably end the stream in about 30 minutes. I'm not reading any of the comments inside the Facebook groups. Everything is to happen over here. So if you're watching this on sales process, you have a couple of minutes to jump over to Zoom before we shut down the sales process stream. Okay. Anyway, so what is Claude for, and why is it different from ChatGPT? Okay. Claude is more humanized. You can use AI, a different AI like ChatGPT, to create a guide and then drop it inside Claude. I use it to write me like a compelling story or like an emotional story. Claude is amazing at that. And Claude beats ChatGPT every single time when it comes to copywriting. Hands down. Okay. To me, Claude is better as well because it accepts longer text in terms of input, and it comes out with longer output as well. You can also upload a whole PDF and book. So typically, I like utilizing Claude right now. Now, I'll walk you through the different platforms and what I like and what I don't like about them. And then after that, throughout the event, I might reference these platforms again and show you how we're integrating it within the sales process. I want you to understand that as I talk about these different tools, typically it's the tools don't make you money. Okay, I would like all of you write down in your notebooks right now, or if you're hopefully you're taking notes right up this point. Okay, please write down in all caps. Tools don't make me money. Okay, whether it's on your iPad, whether it's on your Microsoft Word file, what makes you money is integrating the tools in your sales process. Right? Utilizing Claude to write a social media post means nothing. It is about integrating that social media post into your sales process to get more leads that means something. Right? So tools don't make you money. It is the integration of these tools in your sales process that makes you money. Okay, write that down. Circle it, draw stars and unicorns around it, because I want you to understand that these tools that I'm showing you, it's about how do we integrate it after. Okay. Next one. The Google Killer. Next platform is called Perplexity AI. Now, what is Perplexity? It is said as the Google Killer because Perplexity can it's kind of like a search engine that has AI integrated into it with real-time data. Okay? So, This means that, okay, you know what? Let me just load up a few different sites. Team, could you just swap over the cameras for a second? Okay. Let me just bring up and load these different things up so that I can show it to you while we are doing this, okay? So I want you to imagine that right now we have a real-time search engine that's powered by AI that can gather live data right now. And I want you to be able to see what this means, okay? Okay, let me just quickly share my screen and show you what this means, okay? So, I'm in Perplexity right now, and I can gather real-time data about anything. So I could say, give me the top 10 tech stocks in US that grew the most this year. Okay? So right now what's going, it's going out to look at the top tech stocks. Okay? So Nvidia, GoDaddy, Oracle. Now, imagine if, you know what, let's take it one step further. Let's say, I would say, I want to be able to invest in undervalued stocks with high growth potential. Give me the top 10 tech stocks in US based on their, let's say, PE ratio. If you guys are new to the world of investing, PE ratio just means, you know, the price in relation to how much a stock is worth. Typically, a lower PE ratio just means that a stock is more undervalued. Okay, so let's say PE ratio has to be under 10. Let's say. Okay, so now notice what's happening. Okay, it's showing me these are top price earning ratio that's under 10. Indicating potential undervaluation. Now, obviously, this is a simplified version. As an investor, you know, there are a lot more things other than PE ratio, but PE ratio is typically one of the many signals that investors look at. Okay, but my goal here is just to be able to see this. You guys see this, right? And see that Weibo has a PE ratio of 6, right? Zynga 8, Dropbox 8.5, right? Twill 9.2. Now, you know what the crazy thing is? You see, if let's say I was in the financial market. Anyone here in the financial market, just type in me in the chat. I want to be able to just kind of get to know you guys if you're in different markets. Okay, type in me if you are in the financial market. Okay, quite a number of you guys. Okay, so Heather, Alex, Aaron, Justin, right? Kingston. Okay, so if you're in the financial market, imagine this. Imagine that right now, as an investor, I want to be able to create content around tech stocks with low PE ratio. Okay, now how do I want to be able to start opening your minds on like how to integrate these tools. Remember, tools don't make you money. It's how you integrate it in your sales process, right? So what I could do is I can take these tech stocks. Now, if I created a piece of content around this, on its own right now, this is boring. It's dry, right? It's like on its own, it's just the company name and the P ratio, right? So what I want to perhaps do next is, can you expand on these 10 stocks and why it's recommended beyond its PE ratio? Okay, so now, right, it's showing me all these different things, right? Growth potential, what's happening over here, the market position, right? Okay, so right now, because there's some sort of explanation of growth potential and market position and why it's doing well, right, or undervalued, what I could do is I could take this and I want to be able to make it interesting, right? Now, what if I took this, and remember, what is Claude good for? Claude is very good for copywriting. Claude is very good for writing compelling, engaging stuff with the right prompts. Okay? So imagine if I said, I want to create a compelling and engaging YouTube video based on undervalued US tech stocks with low PE ratio, right? Now, I'm just going to paste, I'm going to copy and paste this entire thing. Notice what I'm doing right now. I'm copying and I'm pasting this entire thing in here. Oops, I already did. Okay, so I just pasted this entire thing. Okay, so notice what Claude is doing. It says, I'll create an engaging YouTube structure, right? It's basically stock elements, okay? So notice what's happening right now. Right now it says, hey everyone, we're diving into something really exciting. Tech stocks are potentially undervalued. What is PE ratio before we dive in, right? US top picks, number one, why it's interesting, okay? Now imagine if right now I'm just super lazy. Show of hands, how many of you here are super lazy? Okay. Imagine now, I want to say, I could say, give me the exact text to say, and this is the keyword, so that as though I'm going to put it on a teleprompter, you know, word for word. So now, it is going to create the teleprompter script. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're diving into something that's going to make you a lot of money in 2025. Right? Before we get to it, make sure to smash the like button and subscribe. Right? We're going to focus on this thing called PE ratio. If you don't know what PE ratio is, yada yada yada. Here, let's start with our first pick, i3 Verticals, trading under ticket IV. Right? This is a payment processing company. It's absolutely crushing right now. They have a PE ratio of just 5. That's incredibly low for a stock. Yada yada. Now, you know how crazy this is? First of all, I want you to notice these few things, okay? And I want you to notice that the people that are out of jobs just based on what it is that I did, or at least, maybe not out of jobs, but their jobs are being disrupted. Whose jobs do you think is disrupted? Whoa, sorry. Whose jobs do you think are disrupted right now? Let me take a look at you guys for a second. Let me know in the comments, okay? Think of it, not just from the copywriters, based on where it began. Right, from the financial analyst. Let me ask you this. If somebody was a financial analyst and the job was to go out there and compile the top 10 growth stocks, and then after that compile the top 10 tech companies' growth stocks based on PE ratio that's the lowest, and put it on a table, and then how long do you think it would take this financial analyst? Right? It's going to be a while, at least. You know, I've never done it before, but I know that it's not a 30-second thing. On top of that, after that, if you were to compile information, after that, put it into and change that into an interesting YouTube script and polish it up and edit it, how long do you think that takes? So what I want you to notice is that now we take all these things for granted now. But if you're not mind blown by it, and this is just still the beginning, okay? So this is how I want you to be able to start understanding how to think about linking these different platforms together, okay? So this is Perplexity. So again, Perplexity is great for real-time info stuff, but Perplexity, because it's more of an AI-powered search engine, it may not be amazing for copywriting. So that's when sometimes you want to be able to utilize the best of both worlds by merging a few different tools together. Okay. How many of you here are loving what it is that I'm talking so far? Right? Just type in me in the chat. If right now you're starting to get your minds blown, it's like, and this is just the tip. This is just the beginning, right? How long are we in? We're like not even 90 minutes in, right? How many of you are starting to see things very, very differently? Okay. Okay. So that's basically search engine and merging it with Claude. Okay. Now, I want you to pause 1 second, because this entire event, remember, it's not just about AI. It's about integrating it in your sales process, in your offers, in your funnels, in your traffic strategy, right? This is just the tip of the iceberg right now. But I want you to imagine that what I just shown you here, how does this link to offers? Right? What compelling offer can be created here just based on what it is that I've shown you? So to give you an example, for those of you that's in my community, you'll know that, right? That's all of you right now, but some of you may not be aware. But one of the things that I do in my coaching once a month is I do these calls called "What's Working Right Now," right, for people in our coaching. And what's working right now is when I talk about the different tools that we might use right now, right, that my team is utilizing, whether it's to build better systems, offers, funnels, traffic, social media. Now, you could be in a totally different market. And I want you to imagine, what if right now, if you were in a financial market, right, wouldn't you agree that would be a good, compelling offer on its own? Where, for your community, every single month, for the people that's in your subscription, you get a list of undervalued stocks together with a report and analysis sent to them every week, every month, that would have taken days and hours of research without AI. But now it's done in a matter of minutes. So my goal here is I want you to understand that it's not about the tools. I'm here to teach you the tools and the strategy, but I want you to be able to open up your eyes, and I want you to be able to link it to your market, because all of you are in different markets, right? So I want you to be able to I want to be able to take and pause for 30 seconds. We're going to do a quick 30-second exercise, and I want you to let me know in the comments, based on what I've shown you, how can you link it to offer creation? And don't worry if it's not there just yet, okay? But how can you link it to what it is that you're doing? Just based on Perplexity, based on Claude, what are some of the different opportunities that it's allowed you to do or explore? Okay, let me know in the comments. There's no wrong answers. I want to be able to see how you think. Okay? While I have a sip of water, please take 30 seconds and let me know in the comments right now. Okay, retainer content creation, creating a lead magnet to get people in, to increase subscribers and retention. Okay, creating TikTok videos to get more engagement. Okay, Perplexity can now answer the question of what's working right now, and then Claude can create a step-by-step development. Okay, so what I'd like you guys to do, okay, is throughout this event, like I mentioned, all of your breakthroughs are going to be very different. I would like all of you to open up a new, hopefully you're taking notes on an iPad or a piece of paper or something, but I want you to turn over to a brand new page, and I want you to be able to write down the word action steps. I do this for all of my events, because I want to be able to make sure that this is one of those events where you left with clarity and understanding of what you need to do in order to move forward and to be able to push yourself to the next level. Okay, so open a new page, write down action steps, and at any given time, you get a breakthrough or you get something that you know if you did it, it will take you to your business to the next level. Okay, write that down right now. Right, Ellen says I like action steps on it. Okay, so take 30 seconds and write it down on a brand new piece of paper. Number one, action step, like I should be doing this. This was a great idea. I should do this. Okay, because at the end of the event, I'm going to be doing a session to help you trim down this list and to show you what to prioritize and focus on. So it could be the case that maybe at the end of the event, you might have 30-something things that you feel like you need to do. I'll help you trim it down, but right now, write down what your action steps are. Okay, so write down what it is. And we're going to move on to the next thing. Okay, so right now, because there's big money pouring into AI, obviously Google is not just going to sit by and allow competition to roll them over. So OpenAI, in case you guys don't know, the biggest, it's backed by Microsoft. So Google has come up with different solutions. Okay, the first one is Gemini by Google. And Gemini is kind of like Claude and ChatGPT, and whenever I introduce different models, obviously the question then people ask me, would be like, well, Peng Joon, which one's better? Okay. Now, this is the thing when it comes to platforms, especially at this stage of the game. Okay. And the problem is that right now, even though we are, 2 or 3 years into AI right now for most end consumers, it's really hard to answer this question because my answer 6 months ago and a year ago and 2 years ago is constantly changing. You know why? The reason for that is I want you to imagine that it was this scenario right now. How many of you here, right, if you know this thing, it's very telling of your age, but how many of you know what is in front of your screen right now? Just type in me in the chat if you know what this is in front of your screen. Right? For those of you who typed in me, these are all the old people in the room. Okay, inclusive of myself. Okay, if you know what this is, it means that you're not Gen Z, put it this way. Okay. Now, what this is so for those of you Gen Z people out there, if you're here in the room, this was the early iterations of the search engine, right, before Google was around. And if you used the internet back in 1995 and somebody asked you, which one is best, right? Back then, I would have said either Alta Vista, right, or Web Crawler, or Ask Jeeves, because those were the ones I remembered. I literally put this in the slides last night, where I was thinking about what were the search engines that I remember. Okay, this was before Yahoo, right, and obviously before Google. So the same thing is happening with ChatGPT and Gemini and Claude right now. We're 2 years into the game, and I guarantee you, 5, 10, 20 years from now, we'll be laughing at those platforms today. It's the same thing, same exact thing, right? The winners of this race, typically, they all come up from nowhere, right? It's just new innovation, set a new standard, and just breaks through it and destroys everything else. Because here's the thing, if somebody asked me this question 6 months ago, truly, 6 months ago, I would have said, if you use Gemini Advanced, you'll probably never use OpenAI again. Because back then, Gemini was, they were adding billions of new data daily. They were utilizing users' reference for accuracy. They're better at everything. But today, I feel like OpenAI with the new model and that new update was really good. So I feel that I still use ChatGPT for general things. And that's why it's hard, it's not an apple-to-apple comparison, So how would I answer which platform is better? How many of you here would like to know which platform is better? Show of hands, if you like to know which platform is better. Okay, here's the answer. The answer to which platform is better is the platform that you end up using. I know it's not the answer that you're looking for, but that's the answer. If it's the platform that you're comfortable with, you're utilizing on the interface, you're using it on a day-to-day basis, you're experimenting with it, you're utilizing it for your copy, you're utilizing it to get lead gen, it's helping you bring in sales, that's the one that you should be using. Okay? But the goal here is to play around with it, because right now it's an arms race. A platform that's better today may not be the case 6 months from now. And that's why it wouldn't be fair for me to say a platform is better than another just based on how fast things are changing. Because my answer today versus 6 months ago and 2 years ago is completely different. Okay? So for Gemini, what I would say Gemini is very good at is because it's under Google as well, so it hallucinates less, I would say, but it's also very good in bring information that may not necessarily be readily available. Okay, so that means that I could. Okay, so notice what I'm doing here. I could, if let's say I went to Gemini and I typed in how to write a detailed guide to launch a retargeting campaign. Okay, so Gemini gives me this. Okay, it is about merging the best of both worlds. Remember, as a tool on its own does not make you money. So if let's say I'm a piece of content creator talking about Facebook retargeting, and I want to be able to educate my audience so I get a bigger reach, what can I do? I can take this information, I can put it on Claude. Again, Claude, to me, right now, is the leader for copywriting, but I don't know if that's going to be the case 6 months from now. Okay, so if I put it in Claude, notice what I'm saying. I'm saying, write me an engaging story to get people who want to watch this YouTube video, and I just copy and pasted what Gemini gave me. Okay, and I want you to notice what Claude comes up with. So I take this information, I put it in Claude. Notice how Claude comes up with, Sarah stared at her laptop screen, her coffee growing cold beside her. The numbers weren't lying. Her boutique skincare brand online sales has plateaued, and she knew something has to change. That's when she discovered this game-changing potential of Facebook retargeting. I was losing potential customers left and right, Sarah recalls. People visit our website, browse our premium face serums, and then nothing. They vanish into the vast ocean of internet, probably distracted by cat video or friends' vacation photos. Everything changed when Sarah implemented a strategic Facebook retargeting campaign. Using Facebook Pixels, she began tracking her buyer behavior, right? She didn't just blast the same generic ad to everyone, she got smart about it, right? Imagine that was my intro of my YouTube video, and then I would say, and that is going to be what we're going to learn and discover on today's topic, Facebook retargeting, right? So notice what I'm doing. It's like sometimes it's about merging the best of both worlds. How do I take a platform that's very good at giving me something and then utilizing it with something else and then integrating it into our sales process? Okay, so hopefully at this juncture, you guys are starting to see that link to how it helps you generate more leads in your business. Because I know what some of you could be going. Typically, whenever I'm sharing like tools and strategies, there's going to be a small percentage of people that don't understand just yet, right? And some of you right now, I want to be able to address this question, which is, some of you in your minds, maybe you're not typing it out, but that's what you're thinking. You're saying, so Peng Joon, where's the exponential growth stuff? Right? What's the breakthrough blueprint that we promised? Where's the traffic lead gen thing? When's that happening? Okay. Now again, this is where, without you realizing it just yet, it has already happened. What do I mean by that? is that if you think about what we've covered so far in maybe the last 90 minutes, without you realizing, is that it actually integrates into your sales process. I'd like you to think about how this changes your lead gen in terms of social media, your copy, how it makes it more engaging, how you tell your stories, how you take a technical thing in your world that could be really complex, whether it's finance, whether it's cryptocurrency, whether it's whatever, public speaking, how do you make it relevant through storytelling? How do you make it engaging, right? How do you utilize AI to help you do the groundwork so that you don't have to spend hours prepping for it? That's what I'm trying to get you guys to see, right? And that is where you need to be able to come from, right? You might not see that link just yet, okay? But I want you to be able to see that, again, there's a reason why this thing spans for 3 days. It's because each different segment is going to be built upon the last, okay? So you're only going to be ready for the other stuff on doubling your leads, doubling how much a person's worth, doubling how much average cart value, doubling frequency when you understand, what's possible with these different platforms, okay? Does that make sense? Type in the 2 words "make sense" in the chat if you can see, if you're starting to see how this links to your sales process and how it helps you generate more leads, how it generates more engagement, and how it ultimately helps you in your business. Okay? All right. Very nice. Awesome. Okay, so this means that if we were to continue, you know what? Let me bring up another piece of another site. Team, can you just swap to the different camera here for a second? So how else is Google competing? Google is competing with these other platforms that I'm actually really impressed with this thing called Notebook LM. Now you might notice these 2 alphabets, LM. Please write down the word LM, okay? LM stands for language model, okay? LM stands for language model. Okay, let me just share my screen here for a second, okay, and show you what this looks like. Okay, so I am right now inside Notebook LM. This is a Google product, and this is another way they're competing and differentiating with ChatGPT. So inside this platform, why is it different? Let's talk about why it's different. Okay, how is it different from ChatGPT and all that stuff? The first thing is whenever you start a project, you can upload a source. Now, what is this source? A source could be a PDF, it could be an audio, it could be an MP3, okay? A source could be a book, it could be a Google Doc, it could be an entire presentation slide deck. A source could be a YouTube video, or it could be a website. Or you can just copy and paste stuff as a source in here, okay? And you could have, a lot of sources inside one project, okay? It started off in its early days as 20, okay? Now it's 300, and obviously it's only going to get better and better, okay? But I don't think I've ever exceeded more than 30 in a project, okay? So why is it so powerful, okay? So your source could be course reading, meeting transcripts, sales documents. And the way I want you to be able to see this and the potential it has, it's really endless, okay? Let me just show you, give you a few different examples. This means that right now, if your salespeople currently are closing on a phone call and they're recorded, you can have it transcribed and you can upload all of their calls in here and ask AI to analyze these calls and how to improve upon it. This means that if your support, all of their calls as transcripts can be uploaded in here, and you can ask AI to analyze them and see how it can be improved on. But it doesn't end there, okay? This means that I can, if let's say I am a fitness or wellness person, Okay. How many of you here are into either fitness or wellness? Just type in yes in the chat if that's you. Yes in the chat if you are into fitness or wellness. Okay, I want to be able to see. Wow. Quite a number of you guys. Okay, so let's say I am into fitness and wellness, and I want to, and there are a few different thought leaders in the industry that I look up to. There's the guy that looks like an elf that's really fair. What's his name? He's got this thing called the Don't Die Summit. I can't remember his name right now. Anybody can tell me? Brian Johnson, right, thank you. Okay, so Brian Johnson, let's say I like all of Brian Johnson's stuff, and I like Andy Huberman's stuff, and I like, you know what I can do? I can just upload all of the YouTube videos in here, and if let's say I wanted to create a product on it, or let's say I wanted to create an event, or a webinar, or a book, I can upload all the sources based on my favorite experts, and I can ask Google, based on these sources, help me create XYZ, help me create a book, help me create a sales page, help me create anything, right? If let's say I am a marketer, and I want to be able to create a compelling sales letter, you know what you could do? You could put in the link of your favorite websites out there where you like the sales page, and you could give them, 5, 10 different sources, and you could say, based on the structure of these sales pages, help me as reference, right? And then after that, use this as a source to create a new sales page, okay? So this is what ChatGPT can't do. ChatGPT can't, it has to create from scratch, whereas this, you can add the sources in here and use it so that Notebook LM only looks at the sources. Now what's crazy is, I'll show one thing. For those of you that is on our Facebook stream, guys, we are going to end that stream. You have to hop over to Zoom right now because I want to be able to engage everybody in one place. Okay, so if you're on Sales Process Facebook group and you're watching this live video, you do not want to miss this part. So click on the link, join us on Zoom right now, because the next thing is going to be pretty mind-blowing, okay? We're ending the stream there. Okay, so back to this. Now, imagine right now, as an example, I have 2 different sources, okay? So I've uploaded my salesprocess.com sales page, and I've added another sales page called the Event Codex, which is, one of my events on like how to throw profitable events. I just added 2 sources in here, okay, which are 2 links to 2 different sales pages. So notice it says 2 sources, right? The all-in-one platform, sales process, and a sales page talking about live events. You know what's crazy? Just by putting in these 2 sources, one of the things that I was mind blown is that this AI can immediately create a podcast discussing all of your sources in one place. So this podcast that was just generated in here, you know what? Let's take a look. Okay, so let's see what AI comes up with.
Let's dive in. Today, we're looking at digital marketing and sales funnels.
Sounds good.
We've got 2 very different approaches in front of us.
Okay.
Excerpts from Sales Process Marketing and the Event Codex website.
Interesting.
One's all about this slick digital platform, everything in one place, and the other, all about the power of in-person events.
Right.
So which is the way to go? Well, let's find out.
Yeah, it's a fascinating question.
It is.
This kind of clash,
Yeah.
automation versus real human connection.
For sure. So let's start with Sales Process.
Okay.
They're really pushing this one-stop shop idea.
Makes sense.
Lead generation, funnels, websites, membership areas, the whole shebang.
All under one roof, huh? There's definitely an appeal to that.
Absolutely.
Think of the time you'd save for one.
Okay, let me just pause this here for a second, because if you're not mind blown yet, You know, the first time I played, I did this, I was like, it's like, what a great time to be alive. You know, I never realized that I would, witness a technology like this. But I want you to notice that just by uploading 2 links, I just created an entire podcast, okay? And I grew up, like the first time I heard a generated voice, I don't know if you guys know this, but it's Microsoft Sam, okay? Anyone here know what Microsoft Sam is? Let me exit the slides here for a second, okay? Team, how many of you here knows what Microsoft Sam? Anyone? I'm going to You guys have no idea what Microsoft Sam is? Let me get it out for you. Okay. Okay.
Did you know that?
Okay, this, let me just share my screen, because I knew I would be able to find out. So a long time ago when I was a kid, there was Microsoft Sam, where I was really amazed as a kid that you could type in text, and Microsoft had this tool that would narrate it to you. This is what it sounds like.
Once upon a time, in a land very far away, where everyone sounded like Microsoft Sam, this story happened. Sam was a small boy with big dreams. Someday, I will be a thing.
Okay, so this, to me, is what AI-generated voice is supposed to sound like. This is what I grew up with, okay? That's what it's supposed to sound like. And when I heard that, you just take a look at the intonation. You could hear a little smirk, right? There was like some sort of disagreement. It would be like, well, today we're going to take a look at, the way it's, the expression, okay, and all of it. And despite all that, this is something that I say at all of my, events when I talk about AI. It is still understanding that this is still the worst AI is going to be ever, from now and the future. This is still the worst. Things are only going to get exponentially better and faster. Right? Isn't that crazy? Are you guys getting this? So my goal here now is like, so what does this mean for you? So the next question I want you to ask yourself, please write this down, is if I can have AI study and analyze any book, any speaker, any expert, any YouTube video, any spreadsheet, any slide deck, and have it analyze it for me and have it create anything I want, whether it's a marketing material, whether it's a sales page, whether it is a book, whether it is a YouTube script, and customize it and make it original for me, what am I going to have AI do? Okay, write that down if you already didn't, right? If I can have AI study and analyze and model all of the world's greatest ever, dead or alive, and have it customize and create original things for me based on the sources I give it, what would I have AI do? You see, for some of you, for years, it's always been like, oh, but Ping Chun, I'm not good enough to do X, Y, Z. There is a part of me, I don't know what's the right word to use, but that's a part of me that feels it's unfair. You know why it's unfair? Because I can tell you, I spent a decade mastering a lot of different skill sets. I spent a decade trying to master copywriting. I spent a decade trying to understand and master persuasion. I spent a decade trying to understand how to create good hooks for Facebook ads, for marketing materials. Right? I spent a really long time crafting these skill sets. But today, those skill sets are irrelevant because of AI. And now it's just about, well, what's the right prompt to create this output? So in a way, that's why when people say, oh, but Ping Chun can do all these things, yeah, but a lot of these things now, it's a level playing field because all of you can do the same thing now. The same thing as top copywriters, the same thing as the top creative people, right? Just understanding how do I link this to the right sales process, right? This is truly like a scene in the Matrix. I remember as a kid, there was this scene, I don't know if you guys remember it, but when Neo was strapped on to like a chair, and they would upload the skill sets into him, right? It's like, oh, let me program you to become a black belt martial artist, right? And within 3 seconds, right, he became a black belt martial artist, right? Anyone here remember that scene? Right, where Neo was strapped on a chair, right? A few of you, okay, yeah, Michael and Karen and a few of you, right? So now it's the same thing, right? We are Neo in the Matrix, and now we can become a top copywriter, we can become a top designer, we can become a top creative person, right? All at our fingertips, right? What are you gonna do, right? Team, can you just scroll down the comments, please? I noticed that right now the comments I won't be able to see, right? Okay, so coming back to this, right? If AI could do this, what are we going to do about it, right? So that would be Notebook LM from Google, and that's why it's very powerful, okay? Next one, let's continue. So with images, of course, there's a lot of different platforms that does images today. Midjourney was one of the pioneers. They came out with a web version, but I still feel that the Discord version is better. Just to make it public information, I hate Discord. I feel that Discord was invented for the sole purpose of torturing people over 35 years old. I still find it like extremely confusing to use. For some reason, all the young people love it. I still find it confusing. But you know, Midjourney is a great way to create AI-generated images. Let's talk about Sora. Now, Sora, it's very interesting because I remember when I first talked about AI, and people didn't believe me when I said, we will come a point of time where you could put in a prompt and we could generate a video. People just couldn't see it. And I was like, well, that day is coming. And when version 1 happened, it absolutely looked comical. In fact, just slightly over a year ago, this was what AI-generated videos look like on the left, right? And this was a prompt which was Will Smith eating spaghetti. On the right is what Sora can do about 4 months ago. Okay, here's the stark difference. When AI first came out, right, Will Smith eating spaghetti, this was what the video looked like. On the right is what Sora can do today. Okay. So the crazy thing is, we will reach a point in time where we can create videos and films literally from prompts. Okay, and let me exit the slides for a second. And I'm not talking about like basic stuff. I'm talking about like really good, original, well thought out of the box creative stuff that is already here.
Famous Microsoft Mary.
So let's take a look and see. Let me see if I can get Sora up. Okay, let me just share my screen now. So with Sora, this is where you can create, if you can imagine it, there will be a reiteration of it, okay? So all these are just user-generated videos, okay? And you can have it however you want it to be. So let's imagine this, okay? Let's see. I just came back from Japan. I was 3 weeks in Niseko, and Niseko would have these, you know, hot baths called onsens, right? So if I wanted to create just an out-of-the-box video that's not available anywhere else, I could say, gorilla in headphones, relaxing in onsen bath. Okay. And I would just generate this. Okay. And you would be, and the crazy thing is, the way you would not be able to imagine how advanced this thing is. Okay, so right now it's creating this thing. Okay, and sometimes it might take about a minute or so, but it's fairly quick. While we wait for this to load, okay, we're about 23% in. Oh, pretty quick. We'll just wait for this. Okay. Now, what does this mean for you? It means that right now you can have however imaginative, out-of-the-box B-rolls for your videos, for your social media, however crazy you want it to be. That was unimaginable before this. Take a look at this, guys. Isn't this... Look at that. So you could have, you could generate longer versions of this video as well, right? But, and again, remember, this is the worst AI is going to be for videos. Okay, so this prompt was probably, you know, a more detailed prompt, probably like somebody playing piano on the moon with camera circling him, around him, or something like that, right? Keyboard in cosmic rotation, right? So imagine that, right? You could even have somebody created soldiers' laughter in trenches, right? So this was the prompt. Take a look, right? Sometimes if you want inspiration, it's just black and white, grainy footage of US World War I soldiers in a muddy trench. The camera pans around a group of soldiers sitting on sandbags and wooden planks. They are laughfully, playfully nudging each other and sharing cigarettes. One shoulder tips his helmet jokingly while another grins directly at camera. Right? Now, isn't this bad? It's like the first iteration, right? For AI, like, you know, we always get the fingers wrong. There'll be like 6 fingers and then we'll look like really weird. But this is where we're at today, okay? And things are going to be exponentially faster, right? How many of you are excited to see the possibilities of what, to continue seeing the possibilities of what can do, right? So, somebody said, team, can you just scroll up here for a second? I read like half the sentence, and I thought it was a really good comment. Slightly higher, okay? Yeah, Guru Prasad says, and the prompt can be helped with the generated with the help of ChatGPT. Absolutely, okay? So, a very, very key part to remember is, today we don't even need to think about the original prompt. We can be super basic about it. What do we want to do? Okay, please write this down. Okay, that was a great question. I'm glad it was asked. What you want to do is, if you can't think about a prompt, you get AI to help you improve on it. Okay, so I'm glad this question was asked. So what we can do is, I can go to AI, let me just share my screen over here, and get AI to give me the prompt. So for example, it would be like, I want to create a AI-generated video featuring a gorilla in a Japanese onsen bath with headphones over his head, right? Help me create the prompt that would make this scene really epic and funny at the same time. Be creative, okay? So for example, so now I'm getting AI to create a really, really good prompt, right? So notice what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this prompt. I am going to go back to Sora. And I'm going to take that prompt that AI gave me, and now I am going to generate this one instead. Let's see the difference, okay? And while it's generating, let's take a look at the prompt again. Okay, the prompt is create a scene of a massive muscular gorilla relaxing in a traditional Japanese onsen surrounded by steaming water. The gorilla is leaning towards the serene expression, wearing an oversized modern headphone, glowing faintly with neon colors. He's grossly engaged in the playlist, bobbing his head to the beat, adding a touch of humor. A tiny rubber duck floats by. Now, by the way, just for the record, we are at a level that the more details you give AI, it doesn't mean that they do 100% of it. But remember, it only gets better, right? So it doesn't mean that AI is going to do all of these things with a snow monkey that sits nearby looking at it indoor, impressed by Zen vibe, okay? But it does definitely, we'll see if there's any different changes, okay? Should be cinematic and hilarious, include subtle detail like cherry bottom petals drifting air, okay? So that's basically what's happening. Okay, let's take the look at the video. So sometimes because it is more detailed, it might take a little bit longer, okay? But what I'm trying to get you to see here, what's the gist of it? It's that, please write this down, okay, while wait for this thing to load. Use AI to help you with the prompting. Okay, AI will typically think of a better prompt than you yourself thinking of a better prompt. Okay, let's see. It's nearly done, 91%. Well, we have our duck over there with the neon-like headphones. And a duck, going across with the petal leaves at the side now, right? So notice how this cut scene, right? Let me pause this here. Is now different because of the prompt of the neon headlines, right? With the duck, with the petals, right, in the backdrop, and we're able to, do that just through a prompt. Okay. How many of you find, how many of you here are getting really excited with the different possibilities? Just type in yes in the chat if you would like me to continue with the different possibilities. Okay. All right, so coming back to this over here, that's where we're at with AI. Okay. Now, I wanted to be able to we're about 2 hours in and I typically want to take a break. So I just want to be able to cover one last part that's really crucial before we do so, okay? One of the things that we talked about was like AI-generated music. That's, that has really improved over the last year or so. And how many of you here have played around with AI-generated music or voice? Just type in 1 if you have, and 2 if you have not. 1 if you have, and 2 if you have not. Okay. You know what? Let's try to do it together. Here's what I'd like to do. Okay. I would like you guys to put it in the comments. We're gonna do it together just to show you, like, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna show you like how this, has changed significantly over the last just few months. Let me know. We're gonna create a piece of music together. And I would like you to put in one random thing, right? Don't let it be a boring everyday thing. I want you to put in one random thing in the comments. Just a random thing. Could be anything. Could be a person, could be an object, could be an event, could be... okay. So... World Cup, Superman, Pokemon, Bitcoin, gratitude. Okay, let me try to remember that. I'm horrible at memory, okay? Now what I'm going to do is, I am going to, let me just load up the thing first. So there are a lot of different platforms. Again, it's not so much about the platform, but the possibility of it, okay? So I'm going to go to one of the sites, okay? Let me just put in here. It's basically just a prompt, okay? So what I'm going to do is I am going to a rap song about Superman who secretly likes, what was it, Pokemon, crypto, and binge eating popcorn. Okay, so I'm just going to click on create. Okay, now I can actually, there's a lot of different things that's pretty cool. I can actually create the music style as well. Okay, I can actually customize it with my own lyrics. So think about this, okay? I can go to AI and ChatGPT and Claude and ask AI to create a rap song or video or music video about whatever, and then I can ask AI to take the lyrics that was created by AI to turn it into a song. You know what this means? It means that you can have your own custom songs for whatever, and this could be a done-for-you service. Okay? Now, what we're going to do then is we are just going to wait. Okay? So, you know what? I want to be able to, it typically takes about 3 to 5 minutes for it to generate. I can show it to you after. Okay? But I want to be able to wrap up with a few different ideas before we take a short break. Okay? What does the future look like for us? You know, based on all the different possibilities, I want to continue expanding, you know, what can we do? So this means that if AI can help us with creatives, videos, music, it can help us with design ideas. You know, this is truly, you're limited to what it is that you imagine, okay? Now, in front of me right now is a 3D printer, which is like a clay 3D printer that's about $460. Okay, most of 3D resin printers are about $150 to $500, and we are going to reach a point in time. And again, if you don't see this, trust me, 3 to 5 years from now, it's going to look obvious. But this is going to be the new print on demand. The new print on demand. Okay, I want you guys to listen to this very carefully. We're going to reach a point where if people want something that's physical, they're just going to print it out on a 3D printer. It might sound ridiculous right now, but just trust me, I've done this for a really long time and I know this with absolute certainty. This means that because of how much cheaper year after year 3D printers become, if you think about what AI can do, it means that we can actually go to create anything, even physical stuff. It could be a mug. It could be for pets. It could be anything. And create a design for it, which typically was a real pain, but today we have AI doing the 3D designs. And we even have AI that can convert 2D images to 3D. So this is Meshy. Meshy is an AI tool that can help you take a 2D image and turn it into 3D. So this means that, here's the next question I would like you to think about, okay? Next opportunity. Please write this down. If you can have AI create any design in 2D, and can have AI convert any 2D to 3D for any image, any object, any product, targeting any market, any hobby, what would you have AI do? And again, you don't have to be creative about it. You can use AI to give you direction on what you could be doing. Okay, so here are some. How many of you here would like some examples? Show of hands of this being done. Okay, this to me doesn't get any closer to like, you know, when it says print on demand, to me it's literally printing money on demand, right? Because the opportunities are endless. This allows you, okay, so here's the next opportunity. It allows you to sell first, right? Because I could sell this 3D design mug that has got whatever, a cute puppy picture to puppy lovers for a specific breed. And only when people buy do I actually print it out on a 3D printer and send it to that person, right? So I don't need to carry any inventory. I can have AI designed images that allows me to sell first, and then after I sell it, when the order is in, then I print it out on my home 3D printer. $300 and you're in business. You tell me another time in the world that allows us to do this. So why is the opportunities endless? Okay, let's take a look at a few different examples. Okay, this could be home decor. This could be jewelry, iPhone cases. You know how much? We'll talk about iPhone cases in a second. Mobile phone accessories. You know what? You go to an Apple store and you see the mobile phone accessories that's sold over there. Do you know what their margins are? It's an insane margin. We'll talk about classic car emblems, spare parts. What about anything discontinued? You know, there is a Netflix documentary that I literally watched on the plane coming back here. And this Netflix documentary is called Buy Now. And this movie is about, this documentary was about how greedy companies has become in order to increase, and one of the very sneaky things these companies do is to increase consumption, they intentionally create parts that cannot be replaced, or they don't sell these replacement parts so that people have to throw them away and buy it new again. Okay? Anybody here watch this, the docu-movie Buy Now? Just type in me in the chat if you watched it, right? If you watched it, yeah. So I Fix It All, right, was trying to, you know, fight and compete with that. So a big part of it, of what big companies are doing, is they intentionally do not want to sell you the spare parts because they don't exist. Okay? Or at least it's obsolete. Do you know what this allows you to do? This allows you to print out the spare parts for whatever, for a vacuum cleaner, for a thing that's discontinued, where people can't find it anywhere else. You get the measurements, you print it out. You can sell this thing that cost you 17 cents for $30 and have people thanking you for it because it saved their $400 gadget. Isn't that crazy? Right, so this is where you can get AI to give you the prompt to like, what's the prompt? The prompt would be, could you give me examples of 3D printable objects that would have high margins in different niches? Okay, that's how I got some of these ideas over here. So, how much do you think it costs to manufacture an iPhone case? Guys, let me know in the comments right now. How much do you think it costs to manufacture an iPhone case? What do you think is the cost? $1, $2, $3, 10 cents, 50 cents. Okay. Well, let's take a look. Here's a 3D iPhone case that's printed. Okay, so this 3D case, I realized I actually linked the wrong video, but there was a video that that explained it's actually, the cost of it is 17 cents, okay? And remember, you could put any design on this, right? And it actually shows that for 17, you can, again, this is just one of those huge markets out there that, you know, third-party companies are making a killing on, that people, that they can print out on. You know, stuff that's discontinued. Imagine if somebody wanted an emblem for something that's old, but they can't find it anymore. Guess what? You could sell it for the thing that's discontinued that you can't find anywhere else. You know? So this is where you can just go to AI and have AI help you with, like, give me creative ways for profitable businesses that uses a 3D printer to come up with design ideas, right? So I can ask AI to expand on the business idea, right? But this is why the breakthrough for each and every one of you is going to be different. It's not one size fits all, right? It's really understanding about, if this was everything AI could do, how am I going to do it for the market that I'm passionate about? Okay. Form versus utility. Okay, we're going to take a break in about 5 minutes. Let me just finish up this last part. Okay. Form versus utility. I remember reading an article about how aluminum on its own. Okay, let me exit the slides here for a second. Team, can you just exit the slides here for a second? I actually went to AI and I asked AI about value-based informed. And this is how powerful AI is. Okay, can I share my screen, please? I said, oh, let me exit this. So one of the things that I said was, I saw a very insightful story, but I can't remember the details. It was about the price of aluminum, I think, but being in different forms will dictate price. Okay, could you give me an example? Obviously, AI knew what I was talking about. And he said, well, aluminum, based on the raw material, becomes more and more expensive after it's processed, after it's manufactured, and then it's specialized, used when it's most expensive. Okay, the moral of the story comes in the form of the purpose and material drastically influences the price. Now, and then I asked AI to elaborate, right? So if it's raw, it's about $50 to $100 per metric ton. Then refined, it's like 2,000 or 5,000. Aluminum per can is like 10 to 25 cents, which is now 1,500 per metric ton. High precision, right, is 5,000, 10,000. Luxury, after that, it is, $200 to $500 per item. But this means, coming back to this example, it means that you've got this 3D printing machine that can print whatever material, right, depending on your printer. What you want to be able to do is to think about the application of it and the utility of it, right? The utility of it, please write this down, the utility of it will dictate the value of your offer. Right? So it's not the fact that this thing costs 17 cents to create. It's not about the cost. It is about how it's being utilized. And with AI that can come up with designs, and with the design we can turn it into a 2D, and with 2D we can turn it into 3D with AI, again, there's zero risk. So the question is, what is your breakthrough going to be? Okay? How many of you here just in this first session alone, not mentioning the fact that we're going to come back after this break, that there's still going to be a lot more, just this part alone is totally shifted the way you think about your business moving and its potential moving forward, right? If you're loving it so far, just type in love it in the chat. If you're starting to see why throughout this event you're going to have major breakthroughs throughout. Okay, love it, love it, love it. Okay, so some of you have, so before we take a break, some of you have asked about the recordings, the replays, and all the other goodies. One of the things that we're doing over here is, if you haven't already upgraded to VIP for this event, I just wanted to be able to quickly mention, if you want to be, so this entire event, if you want to be able to come for the encore replay, if you want to be able to get the Zoom backstage pass, which is something that we're going to do after the event, if you want to be able to get all of our different, the tools, the prompts that we talked about, but more, and as well as all of the slides, we're going to talk about my entire slide deck for this event. It's pretty crazy, but it's over 900 slides. That's right. The amount of time my team and I spent on creating this event and the thought process behind it is absolute nuts. How many of you here would like to be able to have the slides for this entire event? Okay. All you got to do Okay, team, if you go ahead and prepare for the link, if you want to be able to get the all access pass, the team is going to drop it over here. But basically what you'll get is not just the event notes and the slides, but to make it an absolute no-brainer, I'm also going to give you 30 days access to sales process, which on itself pays for the entire thing. So basically, you're getting pretty much the entire VIP ticket for free, because you get the VIP access together with the slides, together with the checklist, together with all of our best prompts, together with 30-day sales process, all for $97. I just wanted to make it an absolute no-brainer to show you what a good offer looks like. Okay, so if you want to be able to get the replays, you want to get the 900 plus slides together with our automations, the sequences, together with 30-day sales process, you can do so during this break. Okay, team, you can just go ahead and drop the link to the VIP upgrade. If you haven't already done so, you can go ahead and just upgrade your ticket to VIP, which is basically free because it comes with 30-day sales process. It pays for itself. Okay. When you guys come back, what we are going to be doing is we are going to take a look at the AI-generated song, and then after that, that's when we're going to go into the growth checklist, to go into the tactical stuff, to now link. Now that we understand what AI and the potential of these different platforms, let's talk about the tactical things that we could be doing. And the first segment is helping you explode the amount of leads that you get in your sales process. Right? How many of you are excited? Okay, so all of our breaks are 12 minutes. I'm going to put a 12-minute timer up over here, and I will see you guys back here in 12 minutes. Okay. By the way, just 1 second before we play the video, guys. Team, I noticed, like Maria said, she bought the VIP ticket. If you bought the VIP ticket, there should be a VIP tag in your name so that we can, so that we know that you've upgraded, and we'll also be able to give you the bonuses. If for some reason you don't see the VIP tag in your name, please DM anybody with the tag sales process team, like Andrew who just dropped the link. Let him know that you've upgraded, or anybody in the team, they're here to support the event, so that we can send you the bonuses as well and make sure that you get access to everything we talked about. Okay, so we're going to put a 12-minute timer up here. I'll see you guys back here in 12 minutes. All right, we're about to begin coming back. And if you are back, go ahead and switch on your cameras once again. Type in the word back in the chat so that I know that you are back. Because in this next section, this is where, now that we have discovered the different possibilities of what AI can do today, not just in terms of text, but in terms of video, in terms of print on demand, in terms of images, in terms of videos, in terms of music. The next thing that we want to be able to do is we want to be able to now talk about the exponential growth strategy. And by the end of this section, I'm literally going to give you and hand you the first one out of 4 to show you the exact steps that you could be taking in order to double your leads, okay, which is the first part out of the 4-part series. Okay, so what I would like to do is, over the next 90 minutes or so, I'm going to give you a lot of different tactical and strategic things that you could be doing. I want you to know that not all of them is going to be relevant to you. My goal here is not for you to do all of these. My goal for you is for you to do 1 to maybe 5 things well, and that itself is going to take your business to a whole new level. Raise your hand if that makes sense. Okay? So again, it's not about, I'm going to go through some of them, but it's not about doing them all. It's about doing 1 to 3 to 5 of them really well, and that alone will make all the difference for you. Okay? So the question now that we're going to answer in this next segment is, how do we take AI and link it into our sales process? Because AI as tools does not make us more leads. It does not help us generate more sales. We want to now link it to our sales process, because that's when it makes all difference. Okay, so what I want to do is, it just reminds me, I think I totally forgot about the AI video. Let me see if the AI video is ready. It should be. It normally does not take more than Oh, there it is. Okay, so okay, we've got Man of Steel and Seasons. This is Superman. If you remember correctly, what was the thing? He loves Pokemon, Bitcoin. Did I type in Bitcoin? And loves to binge eat popcorn. Let's see what AI comes up with.
Superman flies high with the suave glide. Keeps in tights, but in him secrets hide. Lands in Metropolis, saves the day. But there's something he don't wanna say. Deep in the fortress, chilling with Pikachu. Charizard flame got the vibe all new. In between punches and saving the street, he dreams of that champion's elite. Man of steel with a heart so keen. Cryptos and mons in a hidden scene. Binge popcorn nights with the screen. World's mightiest, got a geeky routine. Krypton knowledge, but he trades online. Blockchain traded penny at a time. Donates his earnings, keeps the peace. Crypto legend under hero fleece. Night raids, knocking down foes. Room full of snacks, secret hero knows. Captain Adorable Pikachu shocks. Man of the hour, checking Bulbasaur stocks. Man of steel with a heart so keen. Cryptos and mons in a hidden scene. Binge popcorn nights with the screen. World's mightiest, got a geeky routine.
Okay, let's just pause here for a second, okay? So, again, these tools are fancy, it's entertaining, but again, I'd like you to think about opportunities and how it makes you money. Like, first of all, how many of you here are like pretty blown away that we gave AI a few different words and it created all of the lyrics together with the tune, together with, just based on this, right? Okay, like, I can't believe that, like, this thing's actually available. So, the question is, again, who does this replace? Well, it replaces a lot of people. And by the way, last time, like sound engineers to remix stuff, to be able to come up with lyrics, how do you compete with something like that? And even though, one can say, oh, well, AI may not be as creative as humans, but you can't compete with somebody that knows how to use AI to create the initial groundwork of all these, with different lyrics to come up with different ideas so the human can piece it all together, right? And that's where the power of AI lies. It's not about using AI to create something 100%, but it's about using AI to give you 1,000 different variations that's done at 90%, and you can make it 100% that takes it 90% less time, right? That's the power of that. So as I'm showing you all these different ideas and potential what AI can do, I want you to start thinking about, well, how can I turn it into an offer, right? Because one of the easiest things to sell is done for you, because people don't want to lift a finger. People just want this thing handed to them, this template, this training, this thing implemented, right? They just need to plug and play. They just need to fill in the blanks. They don't need to lift a finger, okay? So like for music, or think about the application of this. What if you could say, what if you approach the speaker and say, hey, you know what, based on your topic, I want to be able to create an entire original playlist for your entire event based on your teachings on topic name. Just think about that for a second. How much do you think it will be worth to that person to be able to run an event where all of their songs is totally original based on their topic that has them in the lyrics? Wouldn't that be pretty cool? So, please write this down, okay? Done for you doesn't mean that you are doing the work. Important distinction today. Right? People think that, right, done for you commands the most amount, right? It's seen as the most premium, with the highest perceived value. And the downside before this was typically, oh, well, there's a lot of work to do because it's done for you. But today with AI, done for you doesn't mean that you are doing the work. Right? Done for you just means, well, how can I package and position it so that to the buyer, they don't need to lift a finger, and it's with minimal friction, everything's done for them, but I'm using AI to help me with the majority of heavy lifting. Yes, AI-generated music, there's no copyright to it. Right? You would be the person that created it. And again, this is where the lines are very blurred, because there's a lot of things that's available in AI that is not available to public because governments don't know what to do with it just yet. So, for example, it's like Microsoft has this tool, in fact, I can show it to you, called Vasa. And let me just quickly share my screen and just talk about this one thing, and then we'll go into the checklist, okay? So Vasa is literally something that Microsoft created, but governments don't know what we can do with it, because this is the future, and it opens up a can of worms that can be used for, you know, a lot of bad things, put it this way. So for example, what's available to us that is not commercialized yet because it's probably too dangerous to do so, is that you can upload a picture of anyone, dead or alive, or don't even exist, AI-generated humans, and give it text. And from one image, this AI-generated image can read that text in a very expressive manner, natural manner.
You know, sometimes nothing happens.
Oops.
And sometimes everything happens all at once, and you just gotta deal with it. And it's also just strange to both be extremely worried about different things and have your anxiety levels like peak to the highest they've ever been.
Just for clarification purposes, this person does not exist. This is an AI-generated image, and we can give text to an AI-generated image, and they can read it like that right now. And again, this is the worst AI will ever be. Okay? So the thing is, it's that, you know, it can express emotion.
You stand up all the time. I'm a stand-up comedian, improviser by trade. You had me on one of the most fun experiences of my life is I was on the show in Chicago, and I attempted to eat 2 Italian beef sandwiches.
So notice how same script, different emotions as well. You can have Mona Lisa, right? You know, talking, singing, right? But this is where we are going to live in this dystopian world, where there's going to be a point in time where, I mean, we're already living there right now, where, you know, you can't believe 99% of the things that you see on the internet, you know. So this is a tool by Microsoft, but it's not readily available to the public, for obvious reasons, because if it's too accessible, basically the government don't even know what we should be doing with this, okay? So obviously there's a lot of risk on AI considerations, but that's basically what I wanted you guys to be able to see, based on where we're at, okay? So even governments are still deciding on how we should proceed with, you know, technology like this. So with regards to this exponential growth, okay, what I want to be able to do now is let's talk about the tactical stuff now, okay? With the tactical stuff, this is where it's going to be more about the steps that you could be doing. So I am going to share my screen. Again, this entire next segment here is like 200 plus different slides. I'm not going to go through all of it in detail, okay? One thing that I want to mention, okay, before I begin with this entire slide deck is this. I'm going to be showing you over the next 3 days, probably over 100 different tactics and strategies. Again, not all 100 plus is going to be relevant to all of you because all of you are different markets, different stages of business. Some of you could have a multi-million-dollar business. Some of you could be totally new. Some of you could be plus $10,000 a month. So my goal here is to be able to give you that awareness of what's relevant so that you can write down the actionable steps so that whether you, after this event, whether you do it yourself or whether you decide to work together with us to have it implemented, you will know what's required in order to move forward. Okay? If that makes sense, just type in yes in the chat because I don't want you to have that feeling of overwhelm. Okay? This next segment, you might feel overwhelmed because there's so many things. But remember, the goal here is not to do it all. It is to do 1 to 5 things very well. Okay? Another thing that I want to mention is you might notice a lot of text in here. Okay, you can take pictures of it, you can screenshot it, you can do whatever. Okay, if you upgrade to VIP, you'll get all the slides as well. Okay, so let's begin. So when it comes to this first segment, which is growing through leads, okay, getting more leads, okay, the first thing I want to be able to show you is having an automated DM system. Okay, automated DM system. So the first thing you want to be able to think about is how you're handling DMs, whether the DM is coming from social media, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Facebook. And what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to turn comments into paying customers, right? Comments, which is typically an engagement, please write this down, is a vanity metric. It means nothing. When a person is a lead in our system and we have their name and email, that is when we can have, that's when they're a lead and that's when we can convert them into a sale. Okay? So on its own, a comment or a DM doesn't mean anything just yet. Okay? So the first thing I want to be able to show you, and by the way guys, so all of these slides, you'll notice that they're very, very detailed. And the reason why they're very, very detailed is because one of the things, first of all, the details, I asked my team to prepare it so that for people who want to be able to implement the tactics, the steps are all here. Okay. On top of that, we are also repurposing each of these different segments into little mini trainings for sales process users who want to be able to execute that one tactical thing. That's why eventually it's going to be cut up into small mini video trainings together with this. Okay, so I just wanted you to know that it's very detailed in here. You can take pictures of it, do whatever it is you want, but I may not necessarily read through the entire slide because if we did that, we'll be here till March next year or something. Okay, so how do we improve and turn comments into leads and eventually into sales? Okay, so I want you to notice how a typical flow might look like. Okay, I would like you to imagine that right now you use Claude to create this first part here, or even OpenAI, right? ChatGPT, right? Step number 1, use OpenAI or ChatGPT to create a social media post, right? Like what we talked about. Then you used AI and you told AI this prompt. You said, end this post with a call to action to get people to comment in order to XYZ, in order to get a free trial, in order to book a call, in order to get a free sample, in order to attend this free training, in order to unlock free ebook, in order to XYZ, right? In order to reward, right? In order to discover how they can make that happen. Okay? So now, like this post over here, we got over 1,000 comments. Okay? It's really small, but yeah, it says 1K comments in here. Okay? Now, 1K comments means nothing. Okay, comments are just engagements. Engagement is a vanity metric. Once that's done, what we do is within sales process, we have an automation, which by the way, we've built for you. Okay, again, most of you don't even know how to use it. Okay, so there's a conversation that takes place, and then if a person via the DM clicks on yes, we bring them to step number 4, which is the promise. Okay, so promise is where a person is commenting because you promise them something. In this case here, the promise would be an invite to an event, right? For you, it could be invite for a free trial, invite for a walk into our gym, invite for a free sample, invite to unlock the free training, invite for the lead magnet, invite for the template, right? There's some sort of promise. Now, because you have their details, you can also set it so that they give you their email. And then after that, when they're in their email, your email sequence can kick in inside sales process to automatically follow up with them. Okay, so within sales process, we've got this entire campaign built that allows you to integrate with AI, connect your social media accounts. Okay, you know, my main struggle for doing events like this is like, how tactical and low level do I get? I don't want to go down too low level. Why? Because the tactical stuff can be solved in our daily office hour calls that we do every single day, Monday to Friday, within sales process. So I don't want to go down too tactical, because that's what the tactical tech stuff is for on daily calls, right? Guys, is it okay that for the next 3 days, I focus on the higher level strategic stuff rather than low level tactical? Right? Type in the word strategic in the chat if I have your permission to just focus more towards high level strategic, so that I can leave the lower level tactical stuff, you know, to the office hours we do daily. Some of you don't even know about sales process. We do office hour calls. My team does that. We have trainers and coaches, you know, that shows you how to implement these type of things every single day, Monday to Friday. Okay, so let them focus on a lower level tactical. Let's focus on strategic. Right? Thank you. So what we do is we add a trigger, which is basically when somebody comments on Facebook or Instagram. Okay, so my page, if somebody commented on the post, and it's a published post, and my post is that specific post, okay, and if they comment the word, which is the keyword that you want them to comment on, so in this example here, it was the word sprint, right? So my post was something along the lines of, I added value, and then towards the end of the post, which is like, you know, if you want to be able to discover how you can utilize this, I'm doing a 3-day event, just comment sprint below, and then we'll send the details over to you, right? So from this, we publish the post, and when somebody comments, right, so reply type, right? So notice what's happening over here. It's a Facebook message, whereby if somebody comments on the post, I will reply to the comment via DM with this message, okay? And then after that, that's how I don't have to reply to every comment manually, you know, because if it's 1,000 comments on your ads per post, you're going to drive yourself insane, and it's not going to be scalable, okay? So this is basically what I call the automated DM system that's going to flood your inbox with more leads than you can handle. And the good part about this is that it's extremely scalable. Sure, you can do this if you're small time, replying to like 20 comments a day, right? But once you start to scale this up, and you start, especially if you're starting to run ads and you put a budget to it, it's going to drive you nuts if you don't have an automation to handle all these leads, okay? So to quickly recap this stage, what are the different steps? Notice how we use AI to create a post. After AI creates the post, we tell AI to have a call to action to comment. So people comment. We build up an automation that's pre-built inside sales process, so that when people comment, there will be a trigger to trigger a DM to them, to send them a link, and then after that, that's how we capture their email. Okay. Now, what I want to be able to do is I want you to be able to self-assess yourself and think about these 3 things. Okay. Every time I walk you through a strategy, I want you to self-assess yourself based on where you're currently at in your business, because it's going to be different for each and every one of you. Okay? These are the three numbers I want to be able to see from you. The first number is relevance. Okay? This is the same process I use for my coaching students, okay, whenever I introduce a new concept. Okay? First one is relevance. 10, if this strategy is definitely something that's relevant to you. You know you need to do it one day. 1, if this strategy is not relevant to you at this juncture. Maybe based on your current business right now, based on your industry, based on your niche, whatever reason, it's not relevant to you. If it's totally irrelevant and you know you'll never use it, then put it as 1. Okay? Now you don't have to put the numbers just yet. I want to see all 3 numbers at once. Okay? Number 2 is ease of implementation. The second thing I want you to be aware whenever I share with you a new strategy is how easy is it for you to do it. Good strategies may not necessarily be easy to implement. Some strategies could be really important to you, but it's hard to implement. And I want you to be aware of the ease of implementation. So 10 is, if you can do it yourself and you don't need any further coaching, you do it right now. Okay, that's great, right? Then that would be a low-hanging fruit, which is probably something you want to be able to do immediately. 1 is, if you know this is hard for you, and you probably need coaching to help this implement it. Okay? 3, the third one is urgency. Look, over the next 3 days, I'm going to give you a ton of different strategies. I want you to be able to prioritize which ones are important, because chances are you're going to leave this event with so many things that you could be doing. And again, I'll have a process to walk you through what's important, okay? But rate yourself based on urgency right now, okay? 10 being, I need to do this right now. 1 is, if this is not urgent based on where I'm at, okay? So take 10 seconds right now and put in 3 numbers in the comments right now. Let me take a look. 10, 1, 10, right? So important, but I'll probably need assistance to do it, but it's really urgent, right? Awesome. Okay, so if it's a 10, 1, 10, at least you know, okay, I know that I need to do this, I just need assistance to do it. Then the goal is now about figuring out, well, what are my outlets and my hand-holding? Am I going to attend the daily office hour calls because it's a tech-related thing? Am I going to watch a YouTube video tutorial that's readily available online to show me how to do it? Am I going to work with an agency to help me have it done for me so I don't have to lift a finger, right? Am I going to attend some sort of coaching so that I have somebody to walk me through the steps, okay? So at any given time, if it's difficult for you, think about, well, what's required on my end to have it done? I would say that that's one of the key differentiators between the people that are successful and unsuccessful. The people that's successful and unsuccessful, I want you to notice something, can start at the same starting point where they don't know how to do something. But how they approach it and how they think about it is ultimately what makes the difference, right? Which is like, how do I now add it into my agenda to figure this out? Okay, so I do not expect all of you to be rating everything 10s, okay? But let's talk about this next thing. So, by the way, if you wrote relevance and urgency as high numbers, okay, what does this mean? This means that, again, take out that piece of paper that says action steps, right, on an iPad or on your notebook, okay, and write down this next thing, okay? Write down automated DM system, right? If you feel like, oh, you know what, that sounds really good, I need to be able to do that. Guess what? We've got a lot of different trainings and calls that, does that. Write it down first, so at least you have awareness of what needs to be done, okay? A lot of our training, office hours, and coaching are based around the strategies that we talk about, okay? Okay, coming back to this. Next one is Omnipresence Amplifier. It's an auto-posting system, okay? The question here is, do you have an integrated omnipresence strategy? Now, what is omnipresence? Omnipresence means if your audience go on Facebook, Google, YouTube, LinkedIn, right? Are you on the platforms that your audience is on? Okay. What is very powerful with an integrated conversation feature? First of all, within sales process, we actually merge all of the conversations, which is Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, which is a real pain to integrate, all in one place. So whether they talk to you on live chat, whether it's SMS, whether it's on Facebook, whether it's on Instagram or WhatsApp, you can have all of that in one place. So when people message you on Instagram, or whether it's the chat widget, or whether it's WhatsApp, you can have all of them in one place. And the crazy thing is, I'm not going to go into it just yet. It's going to be in our future session. But the crazy thing is, you can even have AI trained as a chatbot to talk to each and every one of them with an end goal. So this means that, you know what this means? It means that if somebody messages you and you are whatever, you could be a gym, you could be a plastic surgeon, you could be a business owner, you could be a coach, you could be, selling physical products. This means that you can train AI and say, hey, this is my business. These are all of my products. This is the FAQ. This is the sales page. The goal, whenever you talk to an audience, is to fill in the blanks. It is to get them to attend my free event. It is to book a call. It is to get them to walk into my physical location. It is to check out the shopping cart, right? And based on all of the questions that comes in, you could have an AI chatbot that talks to them. And you don't even have to pretend that it's a chatbot. You could even have saying, this is an AI assistant. I would love to be able to help you with any questions that you might have. And this is just the beginning, right? So I just want to be able to show you how this integrates to AI and the big picture of what's possible, okay? This is just the beginning, right? So again, every single day is built upon the last one, okay? So having everything in one place and streamlining it. So this basically means that whenever we make a post, right, we have an email sequence, we have a WhatsApp sequence, we have an SMS sequence, we have a conversations tab that puts all sequences, right, whether it's SMS, whether it's WhatsApp, whether it's email, whether it's Instagram, whether it's a Facebook DM, all in one place, okay? So the place to do this inside sales process is under templates, okay, when you go to email marketing. And basically, all these different templates, again, I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty because they're all listed over here. But you can have, the question now here is, if you could have all conversations across all platforms in one place and have AI eventually do the talking for you to turn them into and get them to do the next thing inside your sales process, whether it is to show up at your physical location, whether it's for an interview, whether it's for an appointment, whether it's to watch a webinar, whether it is for a consulting call, okay? What would you have it do? Okay, so next thing, just real quick, I think this is pretty self-explanatory. Let's rate yourself right now. How important is it for you to put all of your messages in one place? Maybe you're just starting out right now and you're just focused on, you don't have a lot of messages, so maybe it's not very relevant, okay? Maybe right now you have, you're trying to monitor all on like 7 different platforms and it's driving you insane, okay? Then you need to streamline and so that you can have either watch it, monitor on yourself without, tearing your hair out, or have somebody doing it, but that's how you do it, okay? So again, if you have high 10s, what are you going to do, guys? Add it in your chat, okay? So put it in the chat, or omnipresence brand positioning, which is basically having all of your conversations in one place, okay? And having that set up so that you're able to manage your leads. Okay? Next one. Precision targeting. What we want to be able to do is think about how you're targeting the right people to actually buy. Now, the way you target the right people to actually buy is counterintuitive because you target by not calling them out. Okay, this is important. Okay, let me explain on this. So if you are creating a piece of content, whether it's organic or whether it's an ad, you know what Facebook and what your audiences don't like? They don't like being called out. Meaning, if you are running an ad targeting homeowners, you should not say, "Attention homeowners." I know it sounds counterintuitive. I'll explain why in a second. Okay. Facebook, on the other hand, also don't like it if you call out certain traits. For example, one of the fastest ways to get yourself banned is if you're targeting, let's say, weight loss market. If you open up with, "Hey, are you fat and overweight?" Okay, that's one of the fastest ways to insult your audience, and it's the fastest way to get your account banned. Right? So the question is, how do you target your audience without calling them out? Now, this is a very important skill set. Okay. The way you do that, so for example, if I wanted to target homeowners, rather than saying, "Attention homeowner, are you looking to sell your home?" Okay, a much better way is by coming from the angle of, as somebody in the property market that has been helping homeowners sell and list their price and get their transactions done fast in a secure manner, here's something that I've noticed in the homeowners market in the last couple of months. Okay. Now, by saying that, what I've essentially done is I've established myself as somebody that helps homeowners. And if somebody's a homeowner that's looking to sell, they are now raising their hand just by the fact that they continue watching. Right? So, same thing with weight loss. Rather than saying, "Are you currently overweight and trying to lose belly fat?" Rather than saying and calling out directly, an indirect way would be by saying, "I managed to fit in my old jeans again." Right? So notice my play on words. By saying I managed to fit my old jeans again is actually, saying, I lost weight, lost belly fat, right? Without saying, "Hey, would you like to be able to lose 5 pounds over the next 7 days?" Because Facebook doesn't like that. Okay? So that's what I mean by targeted traffic. You target your traffic, please write this down. You target your traffic by understanding how to think about calling out your audience and have them self-qualify without calling them out. Okay? So, I'll do a few different examples. Guys, put in the market that you're in really quickly, and I'll just draw some examples really fast in the chat. Okay? Let me know in the comments the market that you're in, and I'll show you really quickly how to do this. Okay? So, team, can you just scroll a bit? It was a little bit fast. I'll do it in the order of which I receive them. Okay, Nazrin says fitness. So for fitness, try to go beyond vanilla. Okay, this is something I always tell a team, right? We don't want it to be vanilla. And I'm going to show you how we also use AI in this as we progress. But of course, AI is very good at this. When you give it a prompt and you show them how to think about giving them very good frameworks and copywriting techniques, and have AI do that. I'll show you that as we progress, probably in day 2 or day 3. Okay, but let's understand the technical side of things first. Okay, so for fitness, rather than saying, are you looking to get 6-pack abs and build the body of your dreams? Okay, a good way to really think about, how do I make this stand out? How do I make it pop? Okay. I remember one of our clients, when we worked on one of the ads, one of the things I shared is, how can we show a before after without showing before after, because Facebook don't like before after. right? And one of the campaigns that we worked on was an image that showed before after without showing before after. You know what was it? It was this. It was an image that was split into two. On the left-hand side of the image says hard, which is somebody working out. On the right-hand side of the image, it also says hard, which is somebody that's overweight sitting in a wheelchair. That is the hook. And the opening says, these two activities are hard. Choose your hard. Which would you rather do, right? Now that makes it interesting, right? That is how you get attention by calling out to your audience without saying, hey, are you somebody that's looking to get six-pack abs? Right? Yifei says DNA test. Now, an interesting thing about DNA testing, okay? So for example, it's like, imagine rather than saying, did you know that you are allergic to, I don't know, wheat or gluten or eggs? So first of all, what we want to be able to do is we want to think about what is the ultimate benefit of what it is that we do. And then how can we create something that is, please write this down, against the grain, or that's like a pattern interrupt. Okay? So for example, what if you open with things that you are eating right now that is causing you harm without you even realizing it? Right? Now, that is an attention grabber. Right? Now, how are we going to link this to DNA testing? Right? This would be, hey, this is Yifei here, and over the last couple of years, being in the DNA testing market, I noticed that not every human is created equal. You probably know that as well. But in terms of what it is that we eat, why is it that some people are more allergic to some food than others? What if I told you that right now, there are probably some food that you're consuming on a daily basis that's actually causing you harm without you even realizing it? Why? It is because some people can't take dairy. Some people can't take gluten. Some people can't take excessive fill in the blanks. And for that reason, some people could spend their entire lives consuming this thing, believing that it's good for them, when in fact, their body is not able to take that specific ingredient. That's where I want to be able to invite you to do a DNA test so that you'll be able to set yourself up for life, so that when you actually follow a nutritional plan, it's actually good for you. Most of the time when people start the year, they have this goal of, oh, let me start eating healthy, without really knowing what healthy is for their specific body. So if you would like to be able to have a customized game plan based on your body, that's based on your specific DNA, click on this link below to get started, right? So how many of you see a difference, right? It's like, notice what I did. I didn't start off with DNA. The number one problem that people have, please write this down, is they start off an ad by trying to sell that thing that they want to sell, right? What does most ads sound like? Which is like, most ads sounds like, DNA test for sale. Hurry while stocks last. You know, only 17 sets left, right? Limited time offer, right? There's no story, there's no pain, there's no struggle. It's not educational, it's not inspiring, right? So notice that even though I'm selling DNA testing, I'm not starting with DNA testing. I'm probably going back 2 to 3 steps. And then I think about, well, why would somebody want to do DNA testing? For all of you, when I said DNA testing, probably the majority of you thought, you know what? I'll probably never need to do DNA testing. But how many of you here, after I presented it that way, you're going, oh, maybe I should do DNA testing, right? Type in me in the chat if you felt that shift, right? Where initially, there was no real reason to do a DNA testing, but because I backed up 2 to 3 steps, it felt like, oh, now it makes sense to do DNA testing. Okay? Team, can you just scroll down on the comments, please? All the way down. Thank you. Okay. Yes, it's a shift, right? Okay, so I can probably go all day for the next, just talking about this segment here, but we have to move on. Okay. but I hope you guys can see why, it's powerful, right? So I'm also going to show you over the next few days how we trained AI to write in specific ways, and how we've also linked it to sales process, and how the future of sales process, we're actually building this thing called Sales Process AI, where all of our ads, all of our emails, all of our frameworks, all of our sales letters, all of the content we're helping you create is going to be based on the frameworks that we've built in-house. Right? How many of you would feel that will be pretty powerful? Okay, yeah, so I'm going to show you how we're integrating all of that inside Sales Process. Okay, so that's how we are linking it, and that's how I think about ads in order to call out our audience without calling them out. Okay, so this would be precision targeting, which is how can I precisely target my target audience without calling them out. But if I told them this story, if I told them this scenario, if I painted this picture, if they are qualified, they will continue watching, and just by watching and continuing to watch this thing, they're raising their hand and it shows interest. Okay, 10 seconds to rate yourself really quickly. Okay, how important is this for you? Okay, next would be lead recovery retargeting system. Now, what is lead recovery retargeting system? Here's the angle. Here's the question. Have you ever noticed sometimes when you go shopping online, you add a few things into your cart, and then after that, you didn't complete purchasing it, and then you left, and then a couple of minutes later or within the same day, you see ads from that site targeting you, right? Type in yes in the chat if you've noticed this thing happening, to you before. Okay? Now that's basically retargeting. The company is retargeting you because at one point in time you interacted with them. You interacted with them either by commenting on their post, their ad, by visiting their page, right? And now they're targeting you again. So retargeting ads is a great way to target people that's interacted with you before. Okay? Now, let me just pause here for a second because I want to show you guys how to think about all these different strategies that you guys are learning. So, whether you are familiar with retargeting or not, I want you to know that today, again, you guys are playing this game on easy mode, right? You don't have to learn the copywriting technique. You don't have to learn the 3-part breakdown. You don't have to learn all of that, right? It's just about understanding, well, what needs to be done. So in order to generate more leads, a good way is retargeting ads because your ad cost is cheap, you're targeting a small audience, and they're highly targeted. So, because you're targeting people who landed on your page but didn't buy, this is such a small audience that's highly targeted that it keeps your ad cost low, but it's very, very laser focused. So, typically, the most profitable ad campaigns are typically retargeting campaigns. And retargeting campaigns, the script is always similar to this. It's something like, along the lines of, hey, we noticed that you landed on our page, but somehow you didn't check out. We're just wondering why. We just want to make sure you didn't forget. Click on this link to complete your checkout. Right? It's something as simple as that that's highly profitable. Whenever you see marketers brag about how profitable their campaign is, right, and they show you, oh, I've got a 7x return on ad spend on my campaign, a 20x, I guarantee you, I will bet my left nut, right, that it's a retargeting campaign. Okay, it's not often that I put my left nut on the line, but that's how confident I am when it comes to profitable ad campaigns. Okay, so retargeting, when it comes to ads, it means that AI can also help you with the writing of that, right? I want you to imagine that right now, all those tools that I've shown you, remember, we're talking about a tactical, strategic thing now. It used to be the case that you had to learn the skills on how to do that. Remember, AI can help you do that right now. What's the prompt? The prompt is, I want to be able to create a retargeting ad targeting people who visited my page but didn't buy. Can you please come up with creative ads targeting these audiences? Right? That's the prompt. Okay? So, next one is right? So when you retarget these abandoned leads, okay, you retarget, who do you retarget? Retarget people who landed on a page but didn't buy. You retarget people who landed on a webinar but didn't register. You retarget people who added stuff on your shopping cart but didn't complete the purchase, right? These are, you can retarget people who attended the webinar, who signed up for the webinar but didn't show up, okay? So you just need to give them a little nudge. Okay, now this is where you can have ads. This is the only time, please write this down, where you can have ads that goes straight for the kill. Which means this ad here that says final shot to get all of this, right? To get this deal. You can have what we call in-house a straight for the kill ads, where you don't really need to talk about the problem, the solution, the struggles, the offer, right? It goes straight into the offer, straight into a deal. You can only do that and have a profitable campaign if it's a retargeting campaign. Why? Because it's somebody that has landed on your page before, so you don't have to talk about the problem, the solution, all of that. You can go straight into the deal, okay? So that is why our retargeting campaigns are typically the most profitable, okay? Because it's targeting a very small list, and typically we're targeting people that either has abandoned cart, right? They landed on a page, but they didn't buy, okay? Other good ways to retarget, okay, is you can target people who did not purchase. You can target people who watched your video. So for example, I can target people who watch 50% of my IG videos. I can target people who watch 50% of my YouTube videos, Facebook videos. I can target people who engage with my Facebook page, right? So there's a lot of different ways to retarget people, and these are what I would call warm audiences. Cold audiences are people who have no idea who you are, but after, imagine you used AI. How do you get somebody to become a cold to a warm audience? By using AI to help you create content that is interesting and engaging to watch, so that people becomes a warm audience, right? So that they discover you, and from cold they become warm. Warm just means they've engaged with you before. They've watched your videos, they've commented, they've done something, right? They know you exist because you created content, and now with the help of AI, it's even easier to do so. And when you target them, it becomes significantly cheaper and easier to do so. You'll notice that this campaign over here, these are all retargeting campaigns. You'll notice that we have got a lot of different campaigns, hundreds of sales per campaign. You'll notice that all these are all retargeting, right? Retarget people based on image, retarget people based on hybrid. Pro tip for retargeting is use this hook and angle. What is this hook and angle over here? A good, interesting hook for retargeting is using some sort of AI filter that you take a picture of yourself and makes you age like 30, 50 years. Okay? What is the hook? The hook is, hey, we noticed you landed on a page, waited for you for years, but you never showed up. Okay, it just guarantees laugh. It's highly engaging. This was one of my best retargeting ads of all time. It was something that we did for Black Friday 3 years ago, and it was an image that said something along the lines of, 30 years later, still a pussy magnet. Okay, that was the ad, and it was one of our best retargeting ad campaigns of all time. Okay, I think that was like a 50 plus X, return on ad spend. Anyway, so that's basically the lead recovery retargeting system. Let's do a quick self-assessment. Let me know in the comments, how relevant, easy, and urgent is this for you? Okay, let me know in the comments. Again, remember, if it's important, hey, what's up, Siler? It's been a few years, I think, since we've I've seen you. Good to see you here. Yeah, so some words might cause a red flag, so you must know like when to censor it, you know, change the wording a little bit. Okay, so for those of you, if you feel it's important and you haven't done it before and it's relevant, okay, when is it not relevant to you? It's not relevant to you if you don't even have an offer, if you don't even have a sales page, and you have nobody to retarget, okay? But it's very relevant if right now you have some sort of warm audience and you have a sales page and you're not retargeting people who have visited your page before, okay? So if that's the case, then add it into your to-do list. Okay, next one. ROI boosting split testing framework. How do we come up with all these different fancy names? What do you think? AI. Right? AI came up with all these fancy names. Literally, it's like, this is the thing I'm teaching. You know, give me a good strategy name for it. Right? AI came up with this. Okay, so how do you have constant improvements in terms of converting in lead gen? Okay, and this is where you want to be able to split test. So one of the things that we do is within sales process, under the reporting section, okay, over here, you'll notice that there is a part that says Facebook ads report. Okay, now we have an integrated Facebook ads report, and we actually track our numbers better than Facebook's reporting. And there's a reason for that. It is because Facebook reporting is based on pixels triggering. Well, with sales process, you have everything in one place, so we don't miss out. So for example, if let's say somebody visits your page, and 7 days later, they buy because they received an email after a sequence of emails, and they buy from a different browser, Facebook will not track that as a sale. Sales process does, because we can see that this was from the same lead and we attribute it to the same campaign. So as a direct result of that, the numbers in the reporting within sales process is actually as accurate as it gets, because we see everything, okay? More accurate than Facebook sees it. One of the things that we do is we always want to be able to split test our creative, especially images. How do you tell if a creative is outperforming another? Okay, please write down CTR. Okay, CTR stands for click-through rate. Whenever you have different images, the images will have different click-through rates. Right? Click-through rate means out of 100 people that sees this image, what's the percentage of people clicking on it? A good image with a good pattern interrupt would have a higher click-through rate, right? So for example, this click-through rate of 6% is going to outperform this image that is 1.64%, right? Now, I want you to be able to think about now, how do we link this to AI based on what I've shown you in the earlier session? Just think about it for a second. So if right now we want to be able to continuously improve our campaigns by having images that is more engaging, that stops the scroll, that it's a good pattern interrupt, what can I do in order to create better ads and images? Okay. Let's do a few different examples. Anyone here have a landing page? I'm going to prioritize an example of a landing page that's shorter, because I'll need to type it out. Okay. Anyone here have a landing page? And I'll show you how I would create ads on it. Let's do it really quickly. Put in your landing page link in here. Whoever does it fast, and if it's short, and I can type it out, and if it's not like some super long link, right? If you have, okay, somehow it's the DNA testing, Yifei, happy Happy Boss, H-A-P-I. Okay, let's take a look, okay? So for example, Yifei was the first person to comment, so we're going to take a look at that example, okay? Happy Boss. Can you please confirm that that site is hapiboss.com? I can't see them here because it doesn't load on my end. H-A-P-I. Can you share my screen and just tell me if I got the spelling right? Hapiboss. It was taken down. Okay, I'm gonna take another. Okay, I can see raving reputations. Okay, let's take that. Okay, oh, no S. Ravingreputation.com. Okay, so let's say your reputation is greater, as I said. Why leave it to chance? Okay. So this is for Google reviews, right, and getting more reviews. So it looks like it's targeting business owners with maybe bad reviews online, okay, and how it affects them. Okay, so it gives them more requests, it responds to reviews, it repurposes the view reviews, and what's neat for you is to boost online. Okay, cool. Okay, so what I want to do is, I want to do a few different things, right? I want to show you how this, based on the tools that I've shown you earlier, right? So there's GPT, there's Claude, there is Google Notebook LM, there's all these different things that I could be doing. How do I come up with different images that would have a good click-through rate, okay? If let's say this is my business, okay? Now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to set, please write this down. Step number 1 for AI, you typically want to be able to set context, okay? Please write it down, set context. What does set context mean? It means that we want to be able to prime AI to understand what it is that we do, okay? So how do we do that? We do that by telling them what the thing is first, okay? So now, before I begin, here's what my service does. I will copy and paste my website text, okay? Okay, now, thank you. Text is clear, how can I assist you with this? Okay, now, it would be, I want to be able to create, notice what I'm doing, interesting image ads promoting my site, and I would like ideas that would be out of the box, original, goes against the grain. Notice what I'm doing, right? Uncommon, unconventional, polarizing, to maximize attention. Okay? Give me 10 examples of these images together with a strong hook. Okay. The Truth Hurts ad, right? A tombstone with the text, "Here lies local business killed by a 3-star average." I think, you know what? I think that's amazing, right? It's pretty good, right? The Truth Hurts ads. The Review Battlefield ad. 2 gladiators fighting Coliseum, one labeled 5-star reviews and the other labeled 3-star reviews, right? The audience shows a 1-star dagger at 3-star reviews, 3-star gladiator. Dating profile ad, side by side from comparison. One person with a profile saying 3-star rating, reliable, loved by many. Another person's profile, 3 stars, need improvement, ghost clients. Okay, which one would you? Your hook, the hook is your business is like a dating profile. What you start on? Okay, love it. Now imagine if I said. Now remember, ChatGPT today can create images as well, right? Maybe not as good as the others, but it gives you a very, very good idea. So now I can say, help me create the image okay, and I'm just going to copy and paste the truth hurts. Now, one thing I want you to mention first, okay? Text on AI right now is not 100% yet. You might need to do some tweaks. So it could be that the text on tombstone is not correct, okay? But I'll show you how to go about it, okay? So now I'm going to copy and paste the truth hurts ad, right? Where the idea is about, this tombstone. Oh, pretty good, right? Now, killed by a 3-star average. Here lies local business, right? 3 stars. How many of you here feel like that's a pretty good angle or hook, right? For a business that does reviews. So, just a sidebar. What if it doesn't give you like exactly what it is that you want? I think over here you can pretty much use it as is. If sometimes the words are distorted, you can just plug it into Canva, just blank out some of the things, right? And Canva's got a very good tool to just reword the words as well. So it's very good in that, right? So now, imagine over here, I can say, now because AI is primed the context, right? So this will be help me write out the full-fledged ad for, same thing, the truth hurts, okay? Tonality is whatever, witty, funny. So because I have the image now, I can now write up, right? So picture this. Your business is alive and kicking, ready to take on the world until one day a 3-star review shows up and deals the final blows. The customer vanishes faster than your New Year's resolutions, and now your reputation is 6 feet under, surrounded by weeds of neglect. The truth hurts. 92% of trust online reviews are, personal recommendations, right? That's right. People believes Karen's 3-star rant more than your marketing efforts. But don't call the funeral director just yet. Raving reputations can resurrect your business and keep your reputation alive, right? Yada, yada, yada. Your reputation is greatest asset, which is from the website away. Why leave it to chance, right? So call to action. Claim your free 5-star reviews on the house and show the world you're worth every star. Click on this link below. Claim my reviews, okay? Notice how we took a very boring, good service, right? But we used AI to help us with the heavy lifting. You see, what I want you guys to see is that even for me, whenever I had to think about campaigns in the past without AI, the hard part really was thinking about the angle and the direction and the hook and the headline. And even after the headline, I have now explained it to my designer, who may not necessarily see my vision that's in here, right? Guys, how fast was that entire process? From headline to hook, thinking about image and all of that. How long was the entire process in the chat over here, right? And this is, of course, me being distracted, talking to you guys and, deconstructing what it is that I'm doing, right? Guys, something that used to be think about the entire thing last time. You used to have to think about the hook. I got to write up the ad. I got to send it to the designer. I got to think about and the creativity thing. Sometimes you might not even, you could spend 3 hours on it and you're still looking at a blank screen, right? So today, you and I, we really have no reason to why we can't succeed doing this, right? By show of hands, how many of you would agree, right? We've got no more excuses left, right? AI has helped us with all of these different things, from the headline and the hook, right, to even proposing what type of image to use. And by the way, when I say ad, it doesn't necessarily need to be ad, right? It could be what I showed you earlier could very well be just a typical social media post, right? Social media post which is local business destroyed by Karens, guess what? That's a pretty good, interesting hook, pretty, you know, and then after that, you know, lead it to, it doesn't necessarily mean that you got to be constantly promoting your product, okay? So imagine if it is that I did just now, I rinsed and repeated it over and over again for ad version number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Now I would have like 5 to 10 different variations, all competing with each other, and I can see within sales process which one is the ultimate winner. And have Facebook's AI use these images to compete with one another. Sales process will tell me which one is converting best, so that you can allocate which one to put more budget on based on which one is performing better, without the guesswork, and have AI assist you with, you know, 98% of all of the heavy lifting. How many of you here feel that it's pretty powerful? Okay, so this would be the ROI boosting split test framework. Okay, and the question here is, how often are you using AI to help you split test by not just coming up with the headlines and hooks, but even helping you think about the images in a very creative manner that stops the scroll, so that people want to continue reading your post, whether it's paid or whether it is, you know, free. Okay, so real quick, let me put the slide back up here again. 10 seconds. Do a self-assessment on how the ROI boosting split testing framework is relevant for you, and if it is relevant, remember to add it into your to-do list. Ten seconds, okay? Add it into your to-do list if you feel this is something that you know you need to look at in 2025. Okay, continue, please begin finishing up. Okay, next one is the ROI optimization. Okay, now ROI optimization is basically split testing ad creatives for maximum ROI. Now, this is just building upon the last strategy that we talked about, because typically you do not want to have one ad. You want to be able to split test different variations of an ad with one different variable. Okay, so what does this mean? Okay, so this means that a good way to split test is using the example earlier, right, which is local business killed by 3-star reviews. Maybe that's the angle. Okay, what we want to be able to do is not to have one variation of local business gets killed by 3-star reviews. We want to have this angle and hook and have AI come up with 5 different variations of local business gets killed by 3-star reviews and use it against it to fight each other. Why? Because you may not know the best version of local business gets killed by 3-star reviews. Right? And you don't want to just have one variation of it and hope and pray. Most people's ad strategy is exactly that. It's a 2-step process. The ad strategy process is hope and pray. Okay? Which is, they run ads, and then after that, they say, "Dear Lord of algorithms, please ensure that my ad campaign is profitable." right? They're not doing anything to consistently improve on the ad campaign. Okay, so this is how you get AI to help you split test. Okay, so within when you run ads, okay, there's this thing called A/B split testing, and you can test based on the creatives. This is where you want to be able to use AI to help you create different images of a similar headline, hook, or copy, and let it compete with each other. Okay? So that's how you optimize for ROI. Okay? Now guys, I want to be able to turn things up a notch now because we're nearly 4 hours in and we've got a lot to cover. So with your permission, is it okay now that I just turn things up a notch, and I'm just going to assume that when there's all these different self-assessments, you're just going to do it on your own. Okay, I don't want to pause over here. Raise your hand if that's okay. Okay, cool. All right, thank you. So next one would be market domination with look-alike audiences. What Facebook and many of these different platforms do is they can create audiences for you that look like a specific initial audience. So this means that you can get Facebook to create look-alike of your buyers. Facebook can create look-alike of the people that has watched your videos. Facebook can create look-alike of the people that has registered for your webinar. Facebook can create an audience that looks like the person that people that has bought widget name for you, right? So one of the best ways to get more leads and increase your reach is to create look-alike audiences of your best audiences and then work your way down. So what are your best audiences? Your best audiences will be like look-alike audiences of your buyers, right? Then the next one will be like look-alike audiences of the people that follow you on social media, right? Then look-alike audiences would be like look-alike audience of people that has given you their email. Look-alike audiences of people that has walked into your gym, right, if you have their email. So Facebook will have hundreds and millions of data and touch points, and they will be able to find more audiences that look similar like the original one. Okay? So typically what we like to do is we like to create these different levels of look-alike audiences in order to expand and scale and duplicate a winning strategy. Okay? So this would be dominating the market with look-alike audiences, making it tiered. Okay. Next one, headline hook framework. So another very powerful thing is just to constantly split test headlines. Okay. Whenever we're split testing the conversion of a specific page, the first thing that we'll typically have in terms of two variations would be how we're starting off the headline of a page. So what we do is within AI, what we want to be able to create is have AI do the split testing or suggestion for us. Okay, so with the tools that I mentioned earlier, a good way to come up with better headlines to start your sales page is just to have a constant split test within sales process and have it fight against each other. Okay, so for example, one headline for our Black Friday deal, which chances are you might have seen, is like, get ready to make 2025 your breakthrough year, right? But what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to use that and see, can we create a different alternate headline and fight with this original headline, okay? So what we then do is we use AI to create different variations, and you can put it inside sales process, variation A and variation B, and you'll be able to see a difference. And even if it's 1 or 2% over significant amount of time and data makes a huge difference when it's compounded over time. Okay, so this next strategy is just utilizing AI to help you split test your headlines and hooks, and having a split test version because that will make a very big difference. Okay, so before I move on to the next one, it would be right now, if you were to go into your sales page, hopefully built inside sales process, do you have a split test version of this so that you're always fighting, right, inverted commas, fighting internally with each other to be able to see what is converting best? Okay. Video-powered conversions playbook. Okay, so next one is utilizing videos to maximize conversions. Okay. Now this is, I want to be able to show you something that we're working internally, but obviously creating a very compelling sales video can make the make or break an entire sales process. Okay. Let's exit the slides here for a second because I want to be able to show you something. Okay. From this point forth, I want you to imagine that I want to be able to show you something that I'm going to cover in future days, but I just want to be able to tease you with a slight glimpse to show you what that might look like. Okay. Let me just get ready these few tabs here first to show you how to think about this. From this point forth, I want you to imagine that you are somebody that loves to hoard good marketing materials. Every time you see, whether it's a sales video, whether it's an ad, whether it's a message somewhere that's good, you know what Facebook is, you know what AI is really good at? Now this is going to be a little bit more advanced, okay? So just bear with me for a second. AI is very good at pattern recognition and building up systems and processes around it. Now I'm going to show you a glimpse, a tiny glimpse of the future of sales process and what it is that we're building towards that all of you are eventually going to have access to, okay? I also want you to be able to show you how I think about AI, how I train AI, and how I constantly improve, okay? So, whenever I see a good marketing message or material, I always think of it as good angles and good hooks. It actually has been done before. The question is, how do we revive it and make it fresh and relevant in today's world? Okay. I'll show you a few different examples and then how we're doing this with AI, how I think about this. So when I was in high school, I saw a really, really old ad from a property guru named Robert Allen. Okay, and if you guys are into like property investing, early 90s, he's one of the like property guru investments in the 90s. And I remember he had a very strong hook. The strong hook was drop me in any city with $100 to my name, and I will secure and build and close on a property deal with less than $100. That was the hook, okay? And I remember, without me realizing it, until many years later, that hook is relevant even till today, which is basically the hook of, if I lost everything and I had to start all over, here's what I would do to start all over again, right? And I can tell you I've used the hook many, many times. But that hook isn't necessarily original. It was just a hook I remembered a long time ago when I saw Robert Allen do it in the 90s. Okay? So, what does this mean? It means that you right now, whenever you see something good, with AI today, you don't even have to remember it. You just need to feed it to AI. Okay? So here's what I'm doing right now in order to feed AI to improve sales process, and eventually you guys will be able to benefit through it. So what I'm doing right now, okay, I'm just going to give you a sneak peek, okay? Can I share my screen, please? Okay. So these are very, very old marketing materials, And I love collecting old marketing materials because it means that if it's tested, to me, it means that the messaging worked. All I gotta do is take the same framework and put it in the messaging today. This would be the $1 million smile, right? What would you look like with a $1 million smile? Okay, now, this prompt here is, you're a world-class copywriter that specializes in writing compelling ads, okay? So this is basically setting up context, okay? Your strongest skill set is to take a classic direct response ad framework, right? And right now, here's what we're gonna do. The basic of the framework is this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? After that, this would be examples in today's world, right? So this is how it's done in e-com, okay? This is done for six-pack abs, okay? This will be done for fishing, right? Trophy-sized in the fishing market, right? Now, all these different ads, right? So notice what I'm doing says, once you've read all the above, simply say, I understand, and I'll give you further instructions. So notice what I'm doing right now. We are taking examples of old classic ads that convert. I'm getting AI to tell me the structure of it, right? You can literally feed AI, tell me, this is the ad, tell me the framework of how it's broken down and why it's effective. Then what I did was use this for the e-com market, use this for the fishing market, use this for XYZ market, okay? Then right now, after that, it would be, okay, using this same framework, here's what we're gonna do. I'm just going to tell you my target audience, the desired outcome, the benefits, the social proof, the mechanism. And based on this, your guideline is to write me an ad that follows the same framework, right? Don't repeat yourself, right, for extreme clarity, right? I give them some sort of Facebook compliance thing, right? And then after that, I am just telling AI to write the ad based on that framework. So you know what I'm doing right now? I'm doing two things. Every time I see a good ad, that's whether it's new or old, I get AI to analyze it, to break it down for me, the framework, to be able to show me what those steps are so that I can use those steps and use it for myself. But you know what's the powerful thing? We're doing it for all of you. This means that what you see over here within sales process, it's already in the works. But basically what's happening is, I want it to be the case whereby we are actually compiling over 200 different ad frameworks. You just need to fill in the questionnaire. Here's my target market, here's the benefit, here's the thing. And you know what? Sales process is going to generate all the top converting ads based on all these different frameworks that we've been accumulating. Right? How many of you here feel that that's pretty cool? Okay. So now we're not just using a basic ad from ChatGPT, which is not going to be that great. It's still not bad. But this is how we turn it world class. Okay. So same thing with videos. You know, with videos, one of the things that we do is I take a very good video, I get it transcribed, and then after that, I get AI to break down nice frameworks and the top frameworks for video sales letters out there. Same thing here. I break it down into the different segments. So the first one would be like the avatar or the problem, then time constraints, and then the big promise, right? So now I'm training AI to give me the breakdown so that eventually you guys will go through the same thing, right? You guys eventually inside sales process just needs to write down, fill up a questionnaire, and you're good to go, okay? So anyway, just wanted to be able to show you how I think about frameworks and have AI learn and understand and implement this for me, okay? So this would be the video-powered conversion. So video-powered just means if you see a very good sales video or marketing material, you can get AI to download it, transcribe it, break down the framework for you, and rewrite it based on your market. How many of you here feel that's pretty cool? Okay, that's what you want to be doing in order to maximize your leads. Okay, next one, the thank you page multiplier. Somebody asked, when does this event end? by right on paper 5 minutes ago, but guys, I'm just having a good time here. I want to be able to give you guys as much value as possible. Would it be okay if you spend another, I don't know, 20 minutes? Guys, would that be okay? All right, show of hands. Okay, I just want to be able to cover this. Okay, next one is, and remember guys, I still will be giving you the handout to this entire checklist so that you'll be able to have access to all of the different things that we may not even have time to cover. Okay, but remember that, you know, we're going to give out, this is like over 900 slides in here. Okay, so next one, are your thank you pages ascending people? Most of the time, people's thank you pages, it ends there, right? Most of the time, the thank you page is just, congrats, the guy's on the way. Congratulations, you just bought this. You'll notice that in all of our thank you pages, there's always some sort of ascension, okay? The ascension could be, hey, go get yourself a free trial of sales process. Hey, go and schedule a call with us. You know, so hey, go and get this super bundle. So in all of our confirmation pages, you think about it, this is, you don't want to miss an opportunity for them to, or at the very least, join the Facebook group, right? But thank you pages are buying opportunities, and you do not want to miss out on this, okay? So thank you page, profit multiplier, okay? If you're right now, your thank you pages are not ascending people, you need to add this to your game plan. Next, social proof, okay? Without much required elaboration, obviously testimonials and reviews, we use that a lot in all of our work to show people that, hey, you're not the first client that has worked with us. There's a lot of different people, different markets, different industries, from newbies to experienced to experts that has worked with us. We've helped them get results. And it is not what you say about yourself, it is what others say about you that makes it a lot more powerful, okay? So if you want to be able to get more people referring you and increasing your leads, you got to be able to think about, how can I get obsessed with the success of my clients? And then the second stage is, how do I document it so that it's an interesting story to tell, right? One of the things that you might notice is, during the break that we had earlier, I intentionally showed you a video, which is kind of like trying to narrate the story of the before and after, right, of people that's worked with me in the past. You need to do the same. So right now, if you don't have any reviews or testimonials or case studies just yet, do you know what you need to do after this event? You need to get obsessed with helping your clients get a result, even if it means initially doing it for free. That's what it means. It means that, hey, with AI right now, you go out there to a target specific lead or prospect and you say, hey, I would like to help you do XYZ for free. All I'm asking in return is, if you love it, if you're getting results, let me know what kind of results or how you felt after the experience, only if I can help you get a result, right? All of you, your goal is to just get obsessed with helping your clients and your customers get a result and then documenting it. Because if you do that, it's going to help you further fuel your marketing. Okay. Next, free trials as a hook. One thing that you notice that I do all the time is utilizing free as a very powerful hook. Free is probably one of the most powerful hooks in marketing, and some of you are not utilizing that enough. I typically like to, so this is something, in fact, I did it with my team just a while back. And one of the things that I said is, when it comes to positioning any offer, how can I make it so that the offer on its own sounds like it's free? Okay? Here's an example. In fact, let me use the example of the VIP upgrade, because I think that would be a great example. You see, one way to present the offer would be, hey, for $97, you are going to get VIP access to the event, which means that you'll get the replays, you're going to get the slides, all 900 plus slide deck. You're going to be able to get all of our different the different tools that we use to train AI departments. You're going to get our AI prompts, and you're also going to get 30 days worth of sales process, all for just $97. Okay, but notice how, instead of doing that, how I can position instead. Okay, these are two different ways to position free into an offer. The first way to position free into an offer would be get sales process for 30 days and get VIP access for free. Right, first method. So by just getting 1 month of sales process added into your account, you are going to get the replays, the slide deck, all of our best AI prompts, how we train the AI departments, free, by just getting 1 month. Notice the difference. It's not, here's everything you're going to get for a low offer of $97, right? It's just get this thing for $97 and then get these things for free. Okay? I first saw this being utilized by T. Harv Eker at his events in the early days when he was doing these events. I can see June from Success Resources here as well. She will know this method very well, right? But if you attended any events from Success Resources from T. Harv Eker back in the days, to me, T. Harv Eker was really a master of selling at stages in the earlier 2000s, right? And one of the things that he did so well, in fact, I would say I modeled this angle of him, is back then, before PowerPoint, he would have a flip chart, and a flip chart, he would have item 1, item 2, item 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? And one of the things that he did so well was, it would be, when you get item 1, you get item 2 for free, you get item 3 for free, and he would cross out, on the flip chart, item 4 for free, item 5 for free. And I remember back then, I was like, oh, that's amazing, this was the greatest thing ever, right? So, the question for each and every one of you is, how can you position your offers, or at least your upsells and your odd bumps, or somewhere along your sales process, where it feels like you just need to get this thing, and then all these other amazing things are all free, right? Just like how I'm positioning this thing. Just get 1 month worth of sales process, which is already $97, and now you get all these other things, the VIP experience, all of that is all free, okay? And when you can do that, the conversions of your offer is going to significantly increase, okay? So coming back to this, right? Utilizing free trials to hook buyers, okay? Next one, qualified webinar lead framework. Okay, so one of the things that is very powerful is utilizing events and webinars. I'm going to be covering this in more detail in the later stages, so I am not going to go through in depth on this right now. But ultimately, you want to be able to think about how can you turn your best buyers by getting them into some sort of event first. Think about it as this, same as this event, right? It's like this event right now, my goal really is to deliver value so that you can see how it links to sales process and have sales process help you generate more leads and sales that you can handle so you become a customer for life, right? That's my game plan. And I know that if I had an ad that just targeted you and it said, hey, use sales process and to help you get more leads and sales, it's not going to do that well, because even if you did sign up, you don't know how to fully utilize its power. You don't know how to use our templates. You don't know how the strategy behind it, right? So you might pay for 1 to 2 months and then you cancel, right? But I know that if you had the strategy behind it, if you understand, if you had access to the tools and templates and you knew what to do with it because you had the education behind it and you had the hand-holding, chances are you know how to fully maximize the different templates and tools that we've built for you, and the odds of you building something that pays for itself many, many times over so you become a customer for life becomes significantly higher, right? So this comes back down to how are you utilizing events or webinars as a way to qualify your audience and educate them. Okay, and is this an important thing for you to add to your 2025 game plan? Okay, you call it webinars, you call it events, virtual events, but would this be something that's relevant to you? Okay, put in the comments right now if it is. I need to have a sip of water, okay, before we continue. Team, can you scroll down the comments, please, so I can see it? Thank you. Okay, very nice. All right, next one is the follow-up automation. Follow-up automations within sales process, I feel it's really not utilized enough. We've built up a lot of different automations for once you have the lead, right? We have got follow-ups for leads, for people who abandon cart, for people who have bought. So all these different sequences, the moment somebody either buys, the moment somebody signs up, the moment somebody abandons cart, you want to be able to think about the moment you get somebody's email. First of all, how good are you in acquiring somebody's email? And when somebody gives you that email, do you have an ascension, an automation that automatically moves them to the next thing in your what's known as a value ladder? Right? Do you have that? Right? We've not, inside sales process, we've got a lot of different automations, emails that's built in. Which, by the way, again, this is where AI is amazing at, right? AI can help you build up a very good ascension path where you can plug in and say, hey, I want to be able to build up a follow-up email sequence for somebody who just opted in, for somebody who just bought, for somebody where the goal is to eventually move them on to the next thing, right? The thing that's inside your sales process. So that's when you want to be able to build this or launch this within sales process and have an automated sequence, okay? If you don't have this, this is definitely something you should have in 2025 to get more leads. Next one, gratitude to growth playbook. One of the things that you want to be able to do is to get people to refer you. Why? Because it doesn't cost you anything, and it doesn't cost them anything. And if they have a good experience, they will refer friends and family. Okay? So what we do inside our confirmation pages and in all of our reminders is we try to think about, are there moments where we can get people to either bring a family or a friend? Just like this event, right? Chances are in one of the confirmation pages, right, there is a segment that says, hey, this event is going to be a lot more interesting if you brought a friend, family. Same thing, one of the things that we do, if somebody registers or if somebody buys something, typically in our thank you pages, it would be, hey, do you know somebody else that would be able to benefit from this? So just now, like that example on reputation management, right? Imagine if after fulfilling the service, it was just as simple as, hey, by the way, now that you can see the importance of 50 plus 5-star reviews, helping you get set up and drowning these 3-star reviews from Karens out. Do you know of any other business owners that would benefit from this service as well? Sometimes just plugging in that simple automation that you do once ever, never to be repeated again, can automatically help you get more organic leads and sales. But people don't do it, right? So the next question I'd like you to ask yourself is, are there moments in your sales process, whether somebody buys, somebody opts in, somebody confirms their attendance, but what are the moments that I can build up an automation for, whether it's my confirmation page, whether it's an email, whether it is an automated text, to these parts in my sales process that allows a person to refer their friends and family. Okay, so we've got all these different things built in within our sales process, and it's something that you want to be able to do as well. Right, 10-second review, quick one. Review yourself right now. Is this something that you could be doing? Should be doing? Is this relevant to you right now? If it is, again, write it down. Next one, QR codes. Okay. You might notice that we do QR codes for a lot of different things. Within sales process, many people don't know, but you can generate your own QR code inside. Okay. QR codes are great because it does not require somebody to go and scan, or it does not require somebody to type in an address, right, a URL. They just can go through the page, the site, the slides, the spreadsheet, whatever it is, to go to that page. Now, what is a QR code typically for? Okay, a lot of different ways to tap onto it. Print materials. You could get people to claim a specific bonus using QR codes. So I like to use QR codes in a lot of different places. This could be ebooks, this could be physical books, this could be on print, this could be on brochure, this could be on something that's physical, this could be on a bunting. This could be an event like this, where I put up a QR code and say, hey, if you want to be able to get XYZ bonus, scan this QR code right now. What is the purpose of a QR code? It is for lead capture, right? It is so to claim this thing, scan this code right now, and after they scan it, to unlock this promise, right, you get their email. Okay, QR codes. Next one. Instagrammable brand blueprint. Okay, this is huge, okay? The question here is your thing Instagrammable? Okay. What I like to be able to do is I always like to think about where in my sales process, whether it's my product, program, service, can I make it Instagrammable? Please write this down. At what moments can I get my audience to either take a picture of me or my thing or that event and tag me? Is there a way for them to even want to collaborate with me so that there's user-generated content? What does it mean? Because if you're Instagrammable, it means naturally more reach, it means naturally more sales. Okay? Now, how do I think about this? There's a lot of different ways to make it Instagrammable. I'm going to give you a few different examples. Okay? So let's say if it's a physical product. How many of you here are selling a physical product? Just type in physical in the chat. Type in physical in the chat if you're selling a physical product. Okay, if it's a physical product, I'd like you to imagine that if somebody receives this thing, out of 100 people, how many would want to actually take a picture of it as it's being unboxed? And when they unbox it and take a picture of it, what is the likelihood of them posting it on Instagram? And if they post on Instagram, are they tagging you? And if not, the question is, how can I make it so that the unboxing experience of this thing is Instagrammable? If you have a physical location, if you have a gym, if you have whatever, right? You want to ask yourself, is there a physical spot in my gym where people want to stand in front of this mirror with this epic quote there that makes them want to take a picture of themselves or their progress that day so that it promotes your gym, your physical location? Right? Is it Instagrammable? If you're doing an event, could you set up a little corner, a space, a photo booth, so that your participants want to take a picture of this event to make it Instagrammable? During your event, if it's a virtual event, are there moments where you say, hey, in fact, let's do the exercise right now. Everybody take out your phones right now. Everybody take out your phones. Okay? Here's what I'd like you to do. Team, can you just put like everybody's faces at the backdrop for a second? And everybody switch on your cameras. Everybody switch on your cameras. I'm going to show you an example of how you can do it. Okay? So let's put everybody on the back. Let's put everybody on the back. Okay, and everybody take out your phones. Everybody take out your phones. And here's what I'd like you to do. I would like you to first take a picture of this event. Whether it's a selfie, just take a picture of yourself being here at this event right now. I promise that's the point to this. Okay, and you'll learn something in a second. Just take a picture of this selfie. All right, team, take a picture as well. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys 5 seconds to do this. Everybody, take out your phones right now. Take out a selfie, and take a picture. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, all of you should have taken a selfie right now. Okay, that's the point to this. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is, I'll get a team to create some sort of automation, okay? But I would like you to take this picture and tag me on Instagram, just at Ping-Jun, okay? At Ping-Jun. Tag me on Instagram right now, and maybe in upcoming days, I'll create an automation that sends you a gift, okay? And you'll see that automation in action. That's kind of like the bribe, okay? But notice what I'm doing right now. I am creating a reason for you to tag me on Instagram, and for that reason, I'm showing you what it is that you need to be doing. Give your audience a reason to tag you on Instagram. Okay? So if I'm doing an event just like this one, I didn't prepare it, by the way. This was just, in a moment. So if you tag me, I'll get the team to create some sort of automation to send you some and DM you based on this tag. Okay? Did you know you could do that as well? Did you know that if you can create an automation that if somebody tags you, you can create an automation that sends them a DM for something, right? Hey, thanks for tagging me, right? And then deliver something. Okay? If you tag me, you'll see that in action in a couple of days. I'll get the team to implement something so you can see it. Okay? So the question is, for each and every one of you, is at what moment in my sales process am I making it Instagrammable for my audience? Right? Is there a moment where they feel like, hey, right? You think about a restaurant, right? And all men suffer from this. You probably know what I'm going to talk about, right? Right? The food comes in, and you're all hungry, and you want to be able to dive straight into the food. And then what happens? All the women's like, oh, wait, before you start eating, let me take a picture of this, right? The question I will be asking if I'm a restaurant owner is, if people are taking pictures of my food, is it Instagrammable in a way where they want to post it? And if they do post it, does it have my branding on it? Right? Does the bowls, is there some sort of flag planted? Does it have my branding on it? Because there's also no point if people are posting it and people have no idea what this place is. Right? This should be huge. Is my thing Instagrammable? How often when I do this event, product, program, service, are somebody taking a picture of me and tagging me? Okay? That's the question over here. And by the way, all these different things as I'm saying, if you don't know the answer to it, what do you think you should be doing? Ask AI, right? What's the prompt? I want to be able to make my business more Instagrammable. This is what I do. Where would you say are good moments that people want to take out the cameras and tag me on Instagram? Okay, let me share my screen here again. So this would be the Instagrammable brand blueprint. Okay. Okay, you know what, guys? We've gone on for about 4.5 hours. Now, needless to say, the team really, and we've got a lot of different tactical stuff here that has just got, a lot. And if I were to keep going, there's a lot just under the lead segment alone. But again, you'll notice after a while, it's like these different methods, I've actually listed it inside this spreadsheet. And I know for some of you, it's like you attended this event at 4 in the morning and now it's 6:30. So what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to give you the entire spreadsheet that lists down all of these different strategies, because just this slide alone, I already knew when my team gave it to me that there is, I need to find a balance between high-level strategic and tactical. So my goal here is really to be able to give you the big picture so that you can start seeing things differently and you know where to begin. Okay, so how many of you here would like to be able to have the spreadsheet that lists down all of the things here that where we may not even have covered, but so that you can see which ones would be the best fit for you? Okay, I think you guys deserved it. Okay, all right, so here's what I'm going to do. Okay, this is part 1. In fact, let me cover one more thing. Okay, just one last one. I think this last one is important, and then I'll give this out. Okay, is that fair? Is that fair? Just type in fair in the chat if I can just cover one last strategy, just wrap this thing up, and then I'll give this out. Okay, fair. Okay, cool. I think this is important. So the last one that I want to cover is we've talked about all these different AI tools and what can do for leads. Okay, but now it's about taking it into action, because I don't want this to be just about theory. And I believe that the easiest, fastest way to start doing this is just getting your hands dirty. Okay? So one of the things that I believe is the fastest way to just start practicing is just using AI for social media, because everybody has a social media account, but not many people actually use it to get more leads and drive traffic. Okay? Here's what I'd like you to do. I would like you to connect your social media account, whether it's Facebook or Instagram, and I would like you to just use AI to help you schedule your social media content for the month. That's right. I'm going to challenge you to just take maybe 30 minutes, and you'll notice how much you can achieve in 30 minutes with AI. And I can tell you, I do it even faster. You can schedule, my team does our ads and stuff like that a whole lot quicker. Maybe if it's new to you, it might take a little bit longer. But I would like you to be able to utilize AI to help you schedule your content for social media for the entire month. And if you do this, I'm literally going to bribe you and reward you for taking action. Okay? Who does that? Nobody does that. I do that. Okay? Now, what does this mean? We've had many users that told me that within an hour, they planned out their entire social media calendar for the month in under an hour. Okay? Here's my, guys, do I have permission to challenge you guys here for the next 3 days? Because I know that if I can't compel you to take action when you're here, chances are I'll never be able to get you to take action when you leave. Okay? Here's the 24-hour challenge. You are going to use AI to schedule your social media for the month inside sales process. And it's a minimum of 5 posts. You can do more if you want to over-deliver, but this is for your own good. Okay? What's going to happen then is you will take a screenshot of your social media calendar, just like this one. Okay? And once you do it, you'll take a screenshot and you post it inside the Facebook group. Okay? You post it inside your Facebook group with your biggest takeaway, what you've learned from. I want to hear what is your biggest takeaway from today. Okay? And you're going to use the hashtag sales process wins. My team will look into all of the posts with this hashtag, and we're going to send you a bonus, which is a secret, the different AI prompts that we use. Okay? And we are going to select one winner randomly to get a $30,000 funnel makeover prize. How many of you here would like to have my designers come in, which is something that we do for our $30,000 clients, and overhaul the graphics and images of your entire sales process? Show of hands. Okay? We're going to select one winner on maybe day 2 or the end of day 3. Okay? And we're going to do a randomizer, and so you got to be in it to win it. Okay? To be fair, we'll do the live randomizer over here, so you'll see all your names up there, but you'll only be able to participate if you actually did your work. Okay? So that's a 24-hour challenge. Schedule a social media calendar, post inside the Facebook group for sales process. You need to be inside the group, okay? And you got to be in it to win it. But as long as you do the homework, you'll get a free gift. It unlocks a free training together with some secret AI prompts sent over to you just for participating, okay? You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start if you want to be great, okay? So here's what we're going to do right now, okay? Please, let's drop the link. Team, I think this is a well-earned, well-deserved spreadsheet. This is spreadsheet number 1 of 4, okay? Go ahead and download the checklist, okay? This first one of 4, okay? So this is basically what it is, we covered in terms of leads, okay? There is about 50 of them in total, okay? That talks about what it is that we covered today, plus more. And we covered just a glimpse of it, right? A lot of different things, of course. We save it for our coaching calls and we save it for our office hours, but today should be more than sufficient in order to help you do that, okay? Susan says, how do you download? Click on that link. Andrew can just drop the link one more time. Maybe spam it 3 times, okay? Everybody just take 3 minutes. Not 3 minutes, that's too long. 30 seconds. Click on it. And if you've downloaded it, just say done in the chat. I can say Gian says it's not working in all caps. Not working! That's how I read all caps. Gian, it looks like, I'm not sure, is there anybody else that's not working? Gian, perhaps you can try it on a different browser. I'm not sure. I can see 2 people that say it's not working, where else there's like everybody else saying it's done. Yeah, so please click on it. Maybe maybe it's auto downloading, but you don't notice on the top right hand side that it actually downloaded in there. Okay, so please go ahead and look for it. Okay, so tomorrow is going to be a big day. I want to be able to do one more thing. Okay, that's going to be huge. One last thing, guys. It's not going to take more than 2 minutes, but it's crucial. Here's what I would like to be able to do. It is basically for the Facebook post, okay? Team, can you guys go ahead and drop the link, one more link, and here's what I want to be able to know. Now that you've spent, day 1 with me, I want to be able to know what is your biggest takeaway and what you've learned and how you feel from day 1, okay? The team has just dropped a link over here. Can I have all of you just click on this link right now, because it's also important that you can see this link. If you don't see this link, it means that you're not inside the Facebook group, okay? So click on this link right now. You should see a post that I just made about an hour ago. And I want you to comment on this post and let me know what you've learned, your biggest takeaways from what day 1 means for you. Okay? Please take 3 minutes to do this. I want to be able to hear what you learned, how you feel, and your biggest takeaway from day 1. Okay? That way I'll also be able to get to know some of you if you've never met before. Okay? So please take 3 minutes. Click on this link right now if you don't see it. If you don't see this link, please apply for access, because this is a closed-door community for sales process users only, and my team will need to manually approve you. So this will be also a good time to ask for approval. Okay? Please go ahead and do that right now. Okay, so this is the post you're supposed to see. If you clicked on this link and you don't see the post, it means that you're not part of the sales process group just yet, and we need to manually approve you because it's a closed door event, okay? I want to be able to see comments from each and every one of you. Let me know what is your biggest takeaway from day 1, how you feel and what you've learned, okay? Please take 2 minutes to do this. Thank you. looking at some of your takeaways, I want to be able to, remember tag me on Instagram, by the way. I'd love to be able to see what it looks like from your point of view. So, learn a lot, can't nail anything specific, but great to learn from the master in sales and materials, right? Biggest takeaway is really I'm underutilizing AI, says Alex, okay? AI helping speed up the process, and how to, to systemize things. Yeah, tools don't make you money, but integrating the tools and sales process does, okay? Utilizing AI to grab attention, okay? I want to read all these different sales takeaways over here, but one thing I do want to mention, I noticed there was a comment in here, which was like, so how do we actually schedule our social media content for the month, right? So just imagine this. Step one, set up context. Remember when we went to, let's just imagine this example earlier. I'm just going to answer this question over here so that you guys can do this challenge. Okay, when you guys do this challenge and post it inside the sales process group, you're going to get the rewards and you're going to be in the running for a few different lucky draws. We're going to have a few different prizes in here. But here's how it works, okay? Step number one, explain to AI what it is that you do, right? So if you want your copy and paste your sales page, put it in here so the AI has an idea of what it is that you do, okay? Next, the prompt is, I want to be able to create engaging social media posts that is, okay, so it depends on tonality and personality, right? So for me, I would want it to be like edgy, out of the box, utilizes humor, to get people to understand what it is that I do, right? So can you help me create 10 different posts, for example, using different topics and angles and hooks, okay? By the way, if this is too fast, take a picture of this right now. Everybody take out your phones, take a picture of this in case you forget, okay? Take a picture of this right now because you can utilize the same thing, right? Edgy, out of box, utilizes humor, create 10 different posts using different topic angles and hooks, okay? So now, it gives you the post text, the call to action, a visual idea. Now, here's the thing. AI remembers what it is that I asked earlier. And what I asked earlier is I said I want to be able to create ads. So AI right now still thinks that I'm creating ads for social media, okay? So that's not one, okay? So now what I can do is I just need to polish this up, right? So this is like the last star. Imagine losing a customer with 1 star, okay? So all I need to do is I can just take this example, okay? And I would just say, polish this up so that it is a post on for Facebook or Instagram, and then with some sort of engaging story attached to it, okay? So it would be, I just need to, polish it up, turn this into an engaging Facebook post with a story and make it an interesting and insightful read. Right? Remember, this is not an ad, but it's for social media. Right? So now I'm telling a story, right? Imagine this. Sarah walks into your cozy story. But so you just need to be able to play around with it. You can use Claude as well. Okay? Not every post needs to be, got a call to action, right? It's only written like that because it was initially started off as an ad. But if you start it just with, I want to be able to create social media posts, you will not have a call to action, okay? So this is how you can just get started by polishing it up. So all I want you to do is you will schedule this inside your social media calendar. Basically where your social media calendar is, I'll show it to you in case you guys forgot. So inside your social media calendar, inside sales process, you want to be able to go to marketing, okay? You go to marketing, And under Social Planner, okay, that's where you go to. You go to marketing and go to Social Planner. And a great way to start is just by connecting your social media accounts to it and planning out your social media utilizing AI. Okay, you do this as a habit. Eventually, you're going to realize it takes you less than 1 hour to plan out your entire social media calendar for the month. Okay, that's what I'd like you to do, because most people try to leave it to last minute, and that's why they fail. Okay, all right. So I think that's pretty much our game plan for today. For those of you who, if you want to be able to get access to all of the other bonuses like I talked about, this will be your last chance to get VIP access. Team, you can just go ahead and drop that VIP link one last time if you want to get access to the slides, the extra bonus coaching session that's going to be happening after this event, together with all these other bonuses. You can go ahead and click on the link and get access to VIP as well as all the slides, and have 30 additional days to sales process added to your account, so it's essentially free. Okay, that's pretty much it. How many of you here, you're glad you showed up here today? Okay, you guys are remaining survivors, but tomorrow is going to be a much bigger day. Tomorrow is the day we are going to be talking about the next portion of exponential growth while linking it to AI, which is definitely a segment you do not want to miss. I'll be talking about the business models that's going to be working in 2025 to kickstart the day. So be early, because that initial segment is a segment you definitely want to be there. Guys, that being said, I want to thank all of you for playing all out for day one. We're just scratching the surface. Tomorrow is going to be a much bigger day. All right, guys, please have a great rest. Have a great day. Have good sleep, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everybody.